Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of CyberGames. First, I want to say that typing exclamation point flag in the chat will not do anything. We saw a lot of people do that yesterday and today, but that will not get you any flags. So our plan for today is to start off. In the first 10 minutes, we're going to go over the introduction from yesterday again, just in case anyone who wasn't able to join yesterday is able to see that. So we're going to go over the logistics and the platform a little bit. Then after that, we're going to have 15 minutes for Q&A. And then after that, we're going to have our very first minigame. So let's get right into that. Apparently it's tradition. Okay, that's fine. So first, I want to give a big thank you to our sponsors. None of this would be possible without them. You heard from a couple of them yesterday, and you'll probably hear from a couple more today. Make sure to check out the sponsor offers that you received in an email yesterday. So CTF stands for Cybersecurity Capture the Flag competition. If you've played one before, you know it's kind of like a digital scavenger hunt where there's a series of challenges. They're called Jeopardy style because that's just the type of CTF that we run. And for each challenge, the goal is to find a flag. And a flag is a string of text that you submit, and then you get points. And then at the end, the team with the most points wins. To get the flag, you might have to decrypt a piece of text. You might have to break into a web server or something like that. It just depends on the problem. Here is what our platform looks like. This is what you'll see when you go to the problems page. So you can see that there are a bunch of different challenge categories at the top, like cryptography, reconnaissance, or reverse engineering. You can click on these to filter out certain categories. Here's an example problem called flag format. This is what all of the problems will look like in the platform. It will have a problem description, and this one shows that most of the flags are in this format with a string separated by underscores. Most of them will be surrounded by MetaCTF with curly braces, but if it makes the problem trivial, then we may not have included that part. The problem will specify if the flag is in any other format. So we had some people ask about where to submit bonus flags. If you look at the top here, there's a button on the left that says bonus. If you click that, you'll be able to submit any sort of bonus flags. And if you stay tuned into the live stream, we plan on having several coming later today. Also, don't forget about the hint button. That's this question mark to the left of the flag submission field. Some people have forgot about it, but every problem comes with at least one free hint. So make sure to use that. I already said, don't forget to use the hint button, and the flags usually look like a string separated by underscores. Also, don't forget that you can use Google, your teammates, and the CTF admins if you have questions, but no cross-team flag sharing. So if you're on one team, no, messaging your friend on another team and giving them a flag. And teams are limited to 4 players. Also, like I said, keep an eye out for bonus flags. We have quite a few of those this weekend, both on the live streams and maybe through other means. Roman, people are asking for a bonus flag so that they can test out that feature. So I'm not sure how you feel about that. That's up to you. I can't hear you.
We will give you one at the end, but at least for now, you can go back to yesterday's live stream and see those. But we'll give you one later.
Okay. So here's the summary of the rules. Basically, you just don't attack the platform or other players. Don't attack anything outside the competition. Like I said, no outside help except for using the internet and your teammates and the CTF admins, and then no flag sharing across teams. And most importantly, do not use any of the skills that you learned here to hack into anything without permission, because that's illegal. So this is scheduled for the first part of today. The whole thing wouldn't fit on here, but the full schedule can be found at this link. So at 11:30, we're going to have about 15 minutes of Q&A in case anyone has questions about the platform or maybe about problems. We'll see. We probably won't get too deep into any of the challenges. And then we have our very first mini game at 11:45. So those are going to be like a trivia style quiz, I guess. Kind of like Kahoot, if you ever played that before. And the winner of each of these will win prizes. So you don't get any bonus points in the competition, but we have a few of these today, and we'll have another one tomorrow. Do you have anything else to add about that, Roman?
I don't think so. I'll post the link in the Discord server and in the chat, and then once you join it, it'll ask you for your email address, and we need that just to make sure that we can give you the prizes if you win. So, I think we'll have 5 games total. Last year, we gave we mailed swag and gave a small prize to the top 3 participants in each of the games, and I think we'll do the same this year. And then you'll have 15 seconds to work on. Well, I probably should explain in more detail once we get there. But yeah, so
everything away.
do you have any questions that we can answer about the competition? Let me check the Discord server.
I'm not done yet.
Okay.
Let me finish the slides first, and then we can answer questions. So after the mini game, we have our first talk about Purple Team Ghost Stories with Rob Fuller. That should be really interesting. And then our second talk with John Hammond about taking CTF2 in real life. Don't forget to join our Discord. If you have questions, you can DM the MetaMail bot. We're a little bit backed up this morning, but we're going to get through all of them as soon as possible. Also, if you still need help finding a team, you can look in our Find a Team channel. The MetaBot has a list of any open teams. And once you find a team that you'd like to join, you can take the join code here. And, oh, I deleted that slide. But if you go to your dashboard, there's a Switch Teams button, and you can use that to switch your team. Finally, we added a new feature to meet mentors or possibly recruiters on our website. So if you go to the page with a timer on it, you'll see this tab, Meet a Mentor or Recruiter, and you can sign up for 15-minute slots to meet with them with some other students. Oh, there's a Switch Team slide. Okay. So if you have any questions about the CTF or the platform, feel free to put those either in the Discord live stream chat or in the YouTube chat, and we can answer those now. Will Mr. Kaysen be making an appearance today? I mean, he may or may not have another problem published about him today, but I don't want to say anything else. We're getting a comment saying the Discord link is invalid for me. We'll check that out. Roman, do you want to check the Discord link? And
I'll just generate a new one and post it here. But
send it in the chat.
Yeah, last I checked, it was still working. But
is there a way to change my email? Yes, currently that's a manual process. So if you send us a DM through MetaMail, we can change it for you.
Yep, it might take a few minutes for one of us to be available, but we'll get to it.
Will swag only be given to US participants? We will try as much as possible to ship swag to other countries. Last year, what we did is we shipped a team swag all together to the same address in their other country, and we don't foresee any issues with doing that this year. So, yeah.
Yes, I think the answer is yes. Here's the link to the Discord server. So there was a question in Discord if it's okay to click on executable files that are embedded in downloads from problems. Most, I think, well, I'll confirm with our admins just to be sure, but I'm pretty sure every file, every executable, every PowerShell script, everything that you have to interact with has been neutered. So it's not malicious. And if it has ever been malicious, it's not malicious anymore. But I'll, just to be 100% sure, I'll confirm with our admin team. You may have to write your own malware, and make your own malicious executables or malicious scripts. But I don't think there was anything that we give you that's malicious. Let's see. Is it okay to yes? So I heard back from one of our admins. There are no provided executables that are bad, but if you are still concerned, you can DM the MetaMail bot, and they'll try to help you. So there was a question about someone couldn't look at the chat because they were on their school account. Not really sure what to do about that. So if you have a phone, you should be able to join Discord for using that, or Google. You can still post questions. If you are joined on Discord, you can post questions on the live stream channel, and I'll read those here as well. And there's a comment about virtual machines. Yeah, at some point yesterday, I posted a list of free virtual machines that you can download and use. For example, Kali Linux is a pretty common one. Windows publishes virtual machines that you can use as well. I'll have to confirm with CyberReason. Let me write it down so I don't forget. Let's see. Is there some functionality to the emojis? Okay, there's no real functionality to those emojis. They won't give you any extra points, but you can see in real time what emojis other people press. So that it just adds, a fun element to the competition, but it doesn't affect your score in any way. No, that's interesting. So I think we'll wait until 11:45 to start the minigame. It'll only take, at most 10 minutes, and then we'll introduce our next speaker, Rob Fuller.
Also, a reminder to look at the updates in the updates Discord channel, because I know we posted kind of a hint about the online presence problem, because that's been giving people a lot of grief trying to find Mr. Kaysen. So make sure you check out that channel.
And I guess we did promise a bonus flag, didn't we?
I mean, you promised a bonus flag.
Okay, fine. Well, let me get it. Okay, here it is. And I'll post it in the chat as well. Can someone tell me if it's working? Yeah, sorry, I think there's a delay with chat messages. So it might take us, a minute to get to your question or to read your question. Yeah, nice.
Alrighty, are there any more questions about the schedule or the CTF.
So I think in Discord there was another question about getting more than one hint. So you might have noticed that at some of our competitions we do have the functionality to provide multiple hints. I think right here we only have one. And if you are really stuck or really close, you can send a direct message to the MetaMail bot and we'll try to help you. Just because there are, I think, over 3,000 participants at this point, will not provide, first of all, out of fairness, we're not going to provide too many hints, especially for harder challenges. If it is a pretty easy challenge, we'll definitely give you more, more context. But we might also have to be brief just because of how many messages we're getting. Yeah.
Looks like there's another question. How can I talk with mentors? Is it only message or video call?
So if you schedule a meeting using the tool, it'll give you a link to join a video call. It'll give you a link 60 minutes before the meeting starts. So make sure that once the time comes for you to join it, use the link to join it. Yeah, and I mean, if you don't want to turn on your video, that's fine. There's no expectation that you have to be on video.
You never know where you might find a bonus flag in response to a question that we're getting in the YouTube chat. So sure, you can try whatever you want, whatever looks suspicious or like it might be a bonus flag.
Okay, so I'll probably leave the stream for a few minutes just to make sure that our next mini game is ready. But I'll be back at 11:43, and we'll start it then. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Let me post something in the Discord server just so that just so that everybody knows about the minigame. Okay, so can someone go to the minigame link and make sure that they can see that they can log in and join? Unfortunately, there will be a delay. So some of the questions that you will see on my screen are not going to be the same as what you will see on your screen. So make sure to pay attention. So focus on what you're gonna see on your screen. Okay, sounds good. I'll wait for a few more minutes because I think as soon as I present it, it'll start the game. Okay, here's the. I'll paste the link. So once again, there is no your score, your participation in this game will not affect your score on the big scoreboard, on the CTF scoreboard. But you are eligible to win extra swag and extra prizes if you do win. So even if you don't place within the top 50 teams on the main scoreboard, we will still ship back to you if you place within the top 3. And I think last year we had some extra prizes like books and Raspberry Pi W's and a few other things. Sounds good. Okay, well, let's wait 2 more minutes or 1 more minute. Because there are still people actively joining. Okay, I'll begin now. All right, so each question has 15 seconds. You have 15 seconds to answer each of the questions, and here you go. Which of the following represents a NOP instruction in x86 assembly? Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Yes, I didn't intend to do that. Nice. So the majority was right, but it was very close. Interestingly enough, I'll wait a few seconds for the live stream to sync, and I'll go on to the next question. There might be some questions that some people might disagree about the answer. So you're welcome to discuss those after the game in the Discord server. Nice. So Colonel Poppers, which I think is I might be wrong, but I think it's a team from GSU, Dakota State University. It looks like they're first. All right, next question. So if you've done a lot of work with Windows, I think you should recognize this hash. I think on your screens, they will look better. No, you're incorrect. The answer is it's hard to see here, but it starts with 31. But good job. Let's see who's still first. Oh, nice job. All right, next question. So I think Rob already joined us in this call, and I think he'll know the answer to this question because I'm pretty sure we got this idea directly from him. Oh, come on. Well, maybe Rob can explain it briefly when he joins. Nice. This one should be pretty easy. Okay, that's good. If you don't know about the MITRE ATT&CK matrix, you should probably read about it because you'll hear that word a lot. So this is the question that some participants might have questions about. But I think if you, it's all about the semantics and specifics of how the question is phrased. So the correct answer was SAML. I think most of the other answers, they can only be characterized as one of them, either an identity provider or a service provider. But if you have questions, post in the Discord server, and one of our Windows admins will probably do a better job explaining it. So this is for those who are familiar with Linux. I'll admit that I remember seeing the number, but I personally wouldn't have known the answer to this question. I probably should have, but nice job, everyone. Okay, 3 more. I guess 4 more to go. Nice. That's good. Hmm. I feel like I should do a better job explaining and commentating, but I do a lot of work with AWS, and sometimes you have to, sometimes you need to know what kind of account you're using, and so it's a useful command to know. What's interesting is that a lot of SOC analysts and threat hunters, they use similar. They track the usage of similar commands on machines and in the cloud. And it's kind of controversial, but some people say that only attackers use commands like "who am I." Just an interesting tidbit. All right, 2 more questions. So some of these questions you might be able to Google, but because you only have 15 seconds, it might be hard to find the right answer. Oh, you're close. Let's see, and the last question. It looks like somebody pressed the I don't know how to name this emoji. The one where you're Marina, help me. Somebody's pressing this emoji, the wow emoji, and I guess somebody's finger started hurting. But I'm impressed that you pressed it 12,000 times. That takes a lot of effort. Yeah, so OWASP Top 10 recently changed their list of top 10 vulnerabilities. So okay, so let's see what the final results are. And I think this scoreboard. Oh, so congratulations to No, Alt, and A. If you entered your email addresses when you registered, I'll follow up with more information and give you. I'll send out a form, asking for your address so we can mail you some things. All right. So that was the first game. I think that if you look at the schedule, the next one will start at 1:45 p.m. Eastern time. All right. So we have a few minutes before our next talk. Let me see. So I'd like to introduce Rob Fuller. Some of you might know him as Mubix. He's been in this field for quite some time. He's seen a lot of things.
You're calling me old? That's what you're saying?
Well, what I'm saying is that a lot of your stories are awesome, and you always have interesting things to share. So I've personally known Rob for, I guess, over 7 years now. He's been our mentor in high school, and I think one of the reasons I'm in cybersecurity is because of Rob. So I would like to. I'm not good with words. I can't. For those of you who don't know, English isn't my first language, and I know I use that excuse a lot, but give a round of applause. Is that the right phrase?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, okay. Give a round of applause to Rob. And if you want to share your screen, I can put it on here, but it's up to you.
Yep. Give me a second. Slideshow. And then share screen. Window. There's no windows. I can't operate computers. So we're a great combination. You can't speak and I can't operate computers, so we're doing great. All right, let's share that. Can you see that?
Yep. Okay.
All right. If I go into slideshow mode, will this work?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
All right.
All right, it works. Awesome. So you want to wait a couple minutes for people to join, or how are we doing?
I think so. Let's see. I'll post a message in the Discord server.
Okay.
Just to make sure. And then name the talk.
Hello, ETH251. Ethereum 251, like Fahrenheit. So, how's the competition going today? Everything going smoothly. Not a single problem at all, right? That's how things work.
On first day, we had a bunch of issues, and our website went down for a few minutes. Well, I guess more like an hour, but only a portion of the website. And the reason, I don't think we've told anyone this, but we pretty much DDoSed ourselves.
Nice.
We, in order to make sure that everybody gets the latest version of our JavaScript and CSS files, we added a piece of code that randomizes the URL for all of the assets. And so none of them were cached. And so every single time somebody would go to the page, they would get a new copy of JavaScript and CSS files, which just overwhelmed our website. Okay, I posted the message, and I think you can start.
All right. So this is Attacker Ghost Stories. I actually gave this talk, or a similar version of this talk, back in 2014, and lots changed since then. Like, this is 2021. We're not even in the same decade anymore. So one of the things that I wanted to kind of start talking about is the purple team side of things. And for those who don't know me, my name's Mubix, or Rob Fuller. I'm a father. These are my kids. They're actually in high school now, a couple of them. So like, they've grown a little bit since these pictures are taken, but these are some of my favorite pictures. Husband, Nova Hacker, Marine. These are the titles that are more important to me than any CISSP or CEH. I also helped out on the show Silicon Valley, which was a really amazing experience, and I got to see all of the idiosyncrasies of helping with a TV show, and what that meant, and what was good TV versus good hacking, because no one wants to see someone just typing away at a computer for an hour of a show, and then the 7th episode they finally get a shell or something, as many of you have already experienced in the CTF. So the agenda today is just tell some funny stories about how things have changed since 2014, and how to think about security. And this is the key goal here, is how to think about security. One of the kind of overarching issues in our community and in our field, and whatever you want to call it, is that many people think of security as, here's the problem, here's the solution, and they don't think of what that solution can cause, or what that solution can is it most efficient? Is it the best solution? They just see the solution and move on with their day, because we all have so much stuff to do every day. So why are we here? Tell funny stories. But I wanted to define what purple teaming meant to me first, so that you can kind of understand where I'm coming from. So purple teaming is red teaming. For those who don't know what red teaming is, the offensive side of sort of like pen testing, with just a little bit more. And blue teaming is the defensive side, is the incident response, is the DevOps. All of the security people that aren't specifically offense are essentially defense. And that's one of the things that we kind of got to get away from, is that even the red team is technically defense, right? The red team is there to test the security controls that are there, yes, that's kind of considered offense. But why is it there? It's there to help the defense, all of the rest of the company to get better and more defensive later on, right? So purple teaming is essentially collaborating on a single problem to identify prevention, detection, and response opportunities within an organization. So prevention is the key, right? A lot of I've heard over the years way too many times, they're going to get in, so don't focus on that. Focus on focus on the things you can take care of. Well, I don't subscribe to that. I think that no, an attacker might get in, but I'm not worried about an attacker. I'm worried about all of the attackers. And I want to prevent 99.99999% of those if I can, or 100% if I can, right? So this defeatist attitude is one of the main problems I have with information security and the community at large. So that's why I love purple teaming. Is it's more collaborative, it's more thought provoking, it's more open to everyone working together to the same goal. And so, how do you do that? With coordinated, concentrated, directed collaboration. And for those who know me, CCDC is a top of mind for me going on right now, at least building of it. So have a plan, have a goal, have a champion, and have an open mind. What does that mean? Having a plan makes sense. See what you're going to actually do and what it's going to accomplish. Like some people even go to the point of having rubrics, like you have in school. If we get to this point, how did we do? If we get to that point, how did we do? Different things. So have a goal. One of the things, if you haven't joined the workforce already, if you are joining the workforce, if you're already in, if you've been in for 20 years, you'll start to see that there's a very vast majority of projects that will go to 80% and then die because something else gets priority, and then 80% and die. And it's the follow through. It's the goal that really makes careers succeed. And so when I find red teamers, when I find blue teamers, when I work with people, I'm looking for people who want to go all the way and finish the goal, but not to the, and there's a caveat there, like not to the point of perfection is the enemy of good enough, right? So fast fail, find out if it works or not, move on and do something better, but never lose sight of the goal underneath it. And then collaboration, us versus them never is a successful business mindset. One of the things that you'll see a lot of is like, well, they couldn't get this for me, or they couldn't do that, and a lot of finger pointing, and especially in information security. Microsoft didn't patch this in time, so we couldn't stay safe. How about you do some other mitigating control, right? Like pointing fingers and that kind of stuff never gets anyone anywhere. So have an open mind, collaborate together, figure out the best solution, implement the best you can, and move on. So I tend to think of security problems as a funnel. Where can I make the most good is at the bottom of the funnel, right? Where I can filter out enough of the stuff to concentrate it into solving a problem at the lowest point where I can get rid of it, right? So if all of the attacks are funneling in, and they come in so many different aspects, right? So from IDOR for indirect object references to buffer overflows to phishing to all of these things, if I can start funneling those down into specific aspects, sort of like the attack, the Lockheed Martin, what's it called, kill chain, finding the point in that chain, finding the specific item in that funnel where you can say, okay, I can kill this. That's the important piece of security. If I try and solve phishing through user awareness, that's like throwing a bat into space, like it's not doing anything. Not saying user awareness isn't important, it's just not awesome. in my personal opinion. So memory corruption bugs, let's just go through this. Patching, again, that's up the top of the funnel. There are so many different pieces of software out there. It's just not, it's not taking a big enough chink in the armor. It's important. You should definitely do it. But it isn't the end all be all of solving problems. Now with EMET, for memory corruption bugs, that was the end all be all of solving memory corruption bugs. It was amazing, and I wish it was still going on, but it was free. Microsoft released it. It did some amazing things. It protected through a ton of different ways. And you could turn on enforced mitigations on top of processes and programs that didn't have them. There was some ways to get, disable it and go around it, but, then they got rid of it. And they said, Windows 10 does all of this, and it really doesn't. And it's so frustrating. But like solutions like EMET was what I want to get through in this talk, is to find solutions like EMET, even if you're not the one developing it, even if you're not the one, with the coding or the actual target. Like that's the kind of solutions I'm looking for. And so major bugs like job applets. One of the things that that was super huge in 2014 and 2015 and 10, 11, 12, 13 was Java applets. They were the phishing easy button essentially. And patching really didn't do anything because these Java applets could be loaded on all kinds of different ways, and Java was just a pain to patch. One of the cool ways that we developed in this period of time was finding it in the proxy logs. So if you see a general user agent, and this is an old user agent with MSIE 8.0 because it had everything, but when Java user agents or Java applets were loaded, they used different user agents to go pull down different pieces of it, and Java would be definitely in there. So what we did was we noticed it in the user agent. We then saw that, hey, it never actually pulls code until it you load it, and it does it using the Java user agent, and you could block it with SSL, right? Because the user agent was coming over as a connect string with your user agent in the connect string. So you could be, even before encryption happened. And so what we started doing at organizations I worked at was making this Java user agent blocked at the proxy level. And so we solved this solution because we couldn't just, automagically go and disable Java across the whole board. And this protected our Macs too. It showed up as disabled sometimes. But Chrome in 2014 was the first to block Java or disable Java completely in the browser. Then Firefox did it, and Internet Explorer kind of did it, and then Edge came out and it did it. So that's what I mean by that funnel, right? You got to find the place where you can really take the legs out from under a whole class of vulnerabilities versus trying to solve every single vulnerability. And so what else is out there? Active Directory. One of the things about Active Directory is it's so complex. It's been the crutch that IT has stood on for so many years that that it has every function you could possibly think of. And what I want organizations to start thinking about is getting rid of Active Directory. We don't really need it anymore. We have so many different authentication or identity providers out there these days that all you really need is a way to manage groups and a directory, and a bunch of services have that, and then provide permission to things via those groups, and all of the additional functionality of Active Directory, like managing hosts and disabling hosts and all that should be done using MDM these days, like mobile device management. We need to extend that to device management in general. That way we can manage them and know what our assets are super easily. Active Directory is not a good place for that. and we really just need to get rid of Active Directory as best we can throughout. And this is coming from an AD guy. Like, I want AD to stick around as a pen tester, as a red teamer, because I love breaking it. However, for the greater good, for the goodness of security in general, we need to get rid of it. So what else? Misconfigurations, cloud, legacy. How do we? I want everyone on this, video watching to kind of think about what other things are these major bugs, right? These major classes of targets out there, the S3 buckets. How, for example, there was a very long time where S3 buckets were super public by default, even had settings for it by default. And what happened was Amazon finally got enough pressure behind them to make it default disabled. And so that's thinking like organizational level, that's thinking Amazon level, and some of these are, but as an organization yourself, places you're going to work or are currently working, you need to start thinking about solutions at that scale. Think about ways that you can solve things at that scale. Now, is it always going to work? Is it going to be something that's going to, have lots of approval for, right? Like, people are going to be super happy. Like, if I change my password policy from like 8, 10, 15 to 65 or whatever, no, they're not going to be happy about it. No one's going to be happy about anything that just takes away functionality that they're used to. But there are some pieces, some important parts of security that we really have to get to. And so one of the Active Directory things that I want to talk about today is a story behind a Purple Team assessment that I was doing, where I was on an assessment and we were walking through different pieces of what we were doing. And so we did this attack against, and I'm not going to go into super detail, but we did this attack against one machine, and the blue team saw it, and that was great. They were supposed to see it, with the attack we did. So we're like, okay, let's see what we can do, what we can change around a little bit to make it so you can't see it. So we tried it against a different host, and that host didn't see it. So we're like super happy, and everything was going great. But then we tried the louder version that should have been caught like it did on the other host, and it wasn't seen. And one of the things that we found out of this, after doing lots and lots of investigative research, was that this host was not installed of the latest detection EDR solution that they had. And so by not having that EDR on there, we're like, why on earth would this host? There's no reason this host should not have the EDR solution installed. What's going on here? And after a bunch of research, we found out that a recent update to the EDR had literally broken during installation a quarter, I think it was a quarter of the endpoints out there. So a quarter of their endpoints no longer were visible in their dashboard, but they didn't know because there was no list. There's no, hey, half of your endpoints are no longer checking in. So that's a problem. Like, one of the things that we have right now in the industry is a big blinder on incident response around. We assume that every system has our logs going to it. We assume that the majority of the logs go into it, or we assume that state continues. And so one aspect of incident response is that you have to continually validate that the number of hosts or number of logs or number of things coming in has stayed consistent or grown. Or maybe even if it's grown, you haven't lost some that you gained somewhere else in, right? And that includes cloud, that includes legacy and stuff like that. So this small Purple Team that we did showed a very, very big difference, because not because we found a detection that we could get around, but because we dove in deep and had a goal of identifying where detection gaps were, and we found that these systems weren't there, and then we worked with the incident response team to then get those redeployed or fixed through the vendor and all kinds of things. But without this purple team, we wouldn't have known that existed, that happened. Another story along these lines was that there was another purple team assessment we were doing that I told them, hey, we're going to run this attack. It will be very bad if we do. If such and such configuration was there, and we explained it multiple times before we did it, and it broke. And how do I explain? The people involved were very not happy that it broke, but it also showed another example of, hey, this kind of bug, this kind of situation, purple teaming actually is super beneficial because it can identify things and assumptions that are there. And while I love red teaming and I love breaking into things, I believe that a constant communication or an open communication between red and blue is the best way to get things done all the time. So let's talk about stuff we know about, but we all do wrong, it seems. Logging, just kind of talked about that a lot. One of the things about logging is, and the crazy thing is, many of these slides are from 2014. So the fact that we still do some of this stuff is insane. Antivirus and HIPs. Right now, more EDRs are being deployed, and Windows Defender and stuff like that is being more common. But there's still a lot of semantic McAfee and other AVs out there. And one of the things that I've found nearly every consulting job I've ever had, and even into 2020 and 2021, the AV logs are never uploaded or stored anywhere that the incident responders look at, and it's insane to me. So, like, if something gets removed because it hits AV, like you upload a default version of Sharphound and it gets removed, nothing happens. Like, it gets removed and they assume that everything's fine. But one of the things that I want to express to especially those who are going into incident response is that just because it got removed, it got there somehow, right? It was showed up on that machine somehow, and that's why these logs are super important. For example, PW dump removed. This is an age-old story for me, because there was a incident where I was the incident responder involved with reviewing AV logs, and I was looking through the logs, and this is why this is important to me. I was going through logs and looking up and down, and it removed. Cool. Like day in and day out, it was just, here's all of the AVs and stuff got removed, and it was printed on paper of all things. And so I was looking through, and there was one host that stood out. It was an IIS box in the DMZ that had PW dump removed. And I was told by, the other incident responders, hey, it was removed, we're good. Like, no, this is a public facing internet box that had PW dump on it. PW dump is a password dumper. It got there somehow. Like, this is not okay that it was removed. And so having asset categories where you say, hey, even if something is removed, we need, like, any AV alert, any removed or not, any AV alert on these systems or this category of systems has to be, super high versus, endpoints where, there's all kinds of AV alerts all the time because people download like plugins and stuff that they shouldn't. So that's the kind of funnel we're talking about here. Auth logs, and just to go back to this, I still don't see this in the majority of organizations. I don't see this yet. And again, this is 2014, 2013. I was talking about this. Auth logs. Lots of organizations store authentication logs, and in the mini game that Rowan just had going, there's a bunch of stuff about authentication, from NTLM hashes that I got wrong because I was thinking LM, and to the Kerberos and identity manager for SAML stuff. How many people have worked in an organization that have this statistic or something even larger? Like petabytes are kind of the common scenario these days, which is insane. And then, so what we should do with those authentication logs is get them into user categories and say, hey, these different users are super important. And that's kind of getting down to the funnel, right? These specific users are super important. And so this leads me to a story where I had a incident where I was doing a pen test and I was breaking into this company, and I had access to everything. I had domain admin access. I had all the admin access in the world, and I happened to get onto a system that my point of contact, the people that know the pen test is going on, happened to be on. It was just an authentication they had left on from RDP sessions or whatever, and I was on this session, and I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be fun to use our point of contact's credentials to log into somewhere? This individual had the most alerting I've ever seen on by anybody ever. He had and for those who don't know, this is a beeper or a pager, because all of y'all are too young. And he had alerts set up to go to his phone, to go to his email, and to go to so text message, email, and he also had a automated phone call through Twilio to do all this. If anyone authenticated to him during hours where he is checked out, so he would actively have a system on the network that he could check in and check out of, and anytime his authentication was used within those time periods, it would alert him. And so when we were on this pen test, we were doing great. We had all this access, and we used his authentication once. He got beeped, paged, and emailed, and he started ripping us out of the network super fast. It was awesome. It was really awesome to see. So when I talk about authentication logs, one of the things that I don't see with especially security tools, which blows my mind, right? Like our security tools should have the best security out there. And I was still seeing security tools that didn't support 2FA all the way up to 2021, right? That's recently. So the fact that we have security tools that don't even have, basic authentication support is insane to me. Anyways, so we're going through, and we have we noticed that that he has us detected. He starts going through it, and he starts blowing us out of the water. And we ask him, like, how did you do this? And he's like, I had all these things set up. And since that time, I have been a huge advocate for making security controls around authentication logs. And one of the big things there, like I was talking about EDRs, is like, and I think they've fixed this. I hope they fixed this. Carbon Black, for example, didn't have any authentication logs stored where you could get to them if you were using Carbon Black Cloud. And like, how do I know when an admin has been compromised if they're using a cloud-based software that doesn't have authentication logs for me? So this is another way that we can kind of funnel it down and get to the point where we can find things. Another aspect of authentication is rotating authentication. This should be done for every privileged account. Anything that has a level of access that is above standard user, you should only have it check in and out. And there should be logs of this, and you should capture those logs and alert those individuals of those logs. So, for example, if I log into a domain controller, there should instantly, like within seconds, be an alert saying, hey, domain admin logged in here. Is this right? And when I talk about user enabled stuff, that's what I'm talking about, where Google has been doing this for decades, right? They have been telling you you're logged in from this other location. Is this you? There is, Facebook does it. All of the major social media companies do it. A lot of major companies do this. But what we don't do is in security have our tools do it, which is still insane to me. And all kinds of tools do this. So this kind of, hey, you're logged in. Is this you kind of thing? And back in I think this was 2013 when this was posted. Ryan Huber from when he worked at Slack, I think he might still be there, talked about distributed security alerting. And what the amazing part of this is, and I think that it's so awesome, is that, hey, a bot would notice this from the logs and say, hey, is this you? And that's so empowering. When you start to empower your users, when you say, hey, is this you? Security becomes so much easier. So when we start talking about, funneling down security things, phishing, for example, like let's say that I get phished, Rob Fuller gets phished, and Rob Fuller then logs into Outlook from Florida instead of Virginia. Hey, this is you. Is this you? Is super empowering. And a lot of companies, a lot of security vendors, a lot of places don't do this, and it blows my mind why this is not something more widely deployed. And again, this is done in 2013, 2014, 2015 when this first came out. And so this is the kind of thinking that I'm trying to express in this presentation is, hey, when you empower people who know what good looks like, instead of as a security professional, I don't know what good looks like across an entire organization. How am I supposed to ever know that? I can't, there isn't enough AI or ML or whatever there's not enough blockchain to figure that out, right? I don't know all of that, but the user who does do the thing does. And so the more we enable them to make that decision for us and say, yes, this is right, this is correct, the more our security gets better. And that's the kind of thinking that I want to express in this presentation. Vulnerability management programs. If you're in a vulnerability management program, the one thing that I can express to you is stop sending reports directly out of your vulnerability management program software, because that is super frustrating, because a lot of times it's just a vuln scan. It probably has a lot of false positives, and all you're doing is creating work for people. So vulnerability scanning versus vulnerability reporting. Talked about risk and exploitability and importance to the company. That's super important. And then maximizing your, this is a really old photo, but I think it's still funny. Maximizing security pen tests and reports. If you are in the place where you're doing pen tests or you're providing pen tests, one of the things that I think that we don't do enough of is redefine what a pen test is. And that definition sometimes is PCI compliance, and you have to get through it, and that's it. There shouldn't be anything else. But sometimes the better option is not to do the pen test in a standard form. Even though you love breaking in, you love figuring out, you love trying to make the fish, whatever. But sometimes it's doing a password audit, or a vulnerability scan review, or a stolen laptop review, or a stolen mobile device review. Finding what makes the company better in a more direct and deliberate fashion is actually what helps us all as an industry get better. And customers, specifically customers for consulting, customers will do basically what you tell them is the right thing to do. They don't know that there's anything else available to them other than that cookie cutter pen test, because that's what they've been doing year in, year out. And so if we think outside the box, we try new things, we experiment with finding the better way of doing things, we all can get better. Typo squatting, phishing, domains, this is kind of mute these days, because Luckily, if you haven't seen, there is the certificate transparency reports, and that's amazing. So all of this stuff really works. One of the things that I never even thought of up until like right before I gave this presentation for the first time was that there's a lot of companies that buy domains and pay those registration fees year in, year out, and for typo squatting, for phishing. And one of the things that I thought of was, hey, instead of buying all these domains, why don't we just null route them internally? Then we never have to pay the registration fees, and the people who are buying those domains don't know that we've null routed them already, and we don't pay anything. We still get the advantage of having our phishing targets not go those places on phishing, and the attacker doesn't know. So internal DNS servers saying, hey, this is now our internal DNS server. It points to 127.0.0.1. You can even do this on proxies on a bunch of different places these days. But finding all of them and just null routing all of them ahead of time with like something like URL Crazy or another service really makes typo squatting domains a mute point in phishing these days. And we've already kind of talked about crowdsourcing security training. I think I'm coming up on my time. So let's go through this. One of the great presentations is Masha Sadova from Salesforce. I believe she's still there as well, expanding the blue team by building a security culture program. One of the things about crowdsourcing security is, just like with the authentication logs, your users know what's good around them. Trust your users. They are way better at defining good than you are. So rewarding top users, so making an internal bug bounty program where you're saying, hey, if you report a phish, you get points, and the points don't cost the company anything, right? There's amazing companies out there that do these kinds of things these days that are like you can just plug and play. So a company like Bonusly, I think, is one of them. I'm forgetting a few of the other ones, but you pull these companies in, you say, hey, everyone gets points for these things. IR, the incident response team, and the phishing awareness people get ability to dole out more points if they need to. And then at the end of the day, the top users with the most reported malicious or fishy content that are validated or whatever, so they're not just sending stuff themselves and gaming the system, which I've seen, they get some special thing, like a $50 gift card for Starbucks or a $500 gift card from Starbucks. And you would be amazed at how much change goes in when you empower your users, and you make a big deal out of it. So some people want money and gifts and things, and that's their love, corporate love language, as if you will. And some people's corporate love language is recognition. And so the other thing that you can do with a crowdsource security program is have the CEO make a big deal out of it. Thank you to these specific people for helping secure our company. Make a huge deal out of it. Have it happen, once every 6 months, and it costs the company nothing. Like, it really does. So every employee starts to become your own IDS, and it's really awesome. So quarterly Think Evil Games is another concept that I've come up with throughout the years. That it's sort of like a hackathon, except for it's a incident response / pen test hackathon where you let anyone in the company tell you about problems like vulnerabilities and stuff, ways to get around security in the company, and you reward them for doing so. You give them extra points for it, like sort of like a CTF, where you're saying, hey, what ports are we allowed out that we don't think we are, or what networks can you get onto Facebook and stuff where you're not allowed to, or whatever. And you tell us about this, you get a bunch of points towards your ultimate goal of getting the big deal of the company, or the top, points for the month or whatever. And you would be surprised at the amount of change that you can put into a company security related mindsets where like it's the carrot versus the stick, right? How many people on this call want to, even if they're in security right now, want to sit through security awareness training? I guarantee that number is 0. How many people want to get, $500 gift cards to Amazon? I guarantee that number is close to 99% of the people on this call, right? So if you start using out of the box thinking on how to empower and involve the rest of the company to do security, it gets a lot easier, right? There's me right there. Nice. Internal bug bounty program, make it easy, incorporate the entire gift card. Breach testing. You'd be surprised that not many C-level executives know how to handle a breach or talk to it. And walking CEOs, CSOs, CISOs through that process, many of them will assume that they know how to handle things. But as soon as you get into an example where they have a a reporter in their face asking them questions about a fake breach and stuff, a lot of them are not that solid when they have to talk about specifics. And I actually teach C-level executives how to handle breaches, and it's always a fun game. And I think we talked about the WPAD vulnerability, which is my favorite vulnerability, which is just a checkbox and still enabled to this day. I don't understand why Microsoft won't turn it off, but you can yourself. Any guest networks are fun. Actually, with SSL being so much more prevalent, that's one of the cool things I want to talk about real quick. I know I'm literally out of time. Is that SSL has made guest networks safe. Like it's awesome. It's so awesome that like the Hack5 Pineapple, after being used for 20 plus years, is finally becoming less effective in what it does, and that's amazing. And so I'm going to close it out right there. Let me just go past a bunch of this because there's some fun stuff. There's all kinds of stuff in here, but I wanted to say thank you very much for your time. And I can go through more of this later or talk to anyone on this call or on this video chat or watching this later. If you see me, if you want to send out a message via Twitter or direct message on Discord, I'm there. I will not be there for the rest of the day. Unfortunately, me and my family are getting our Christmas tree, but if I don't respond to you quickly, I'll try and respond to you as fast as I can. And always open for questions, always open to teach and learn and help this entire community get better. Because that's the best part of my job. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Rob, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's always great to have you here.
So I don't know if you have to run, but we can wait for a few minutes to see if anybody has any questions.
Sure.
But one thing I did is I made a poll in Discord and asked how do people pronounce the Etsy folder. And it turns out a lot of them have actually said ETC as opposed to Etsy.
That's wrong.
So just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
I don't know. It doesn't matter what it's called. Honestly, one of pronunciation, definitions of red team, definition of purple team, definition of blue team, definition of Etsy versus ETC versus, that's the stuff that is Nano versus Vi. That's the stuff that should bring us together instead of divide us, right? The fun part of it, the great part of our community is that there's so much good and so much good intent. Etsy versus ETC is just Marines versus Navy. At the end of the day, we all fight together.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I have a story from Rob that I still remember back when I was in high school.
Okay.
He was our mentor, and I was working on something, and Rob was behind me telling me go to Etsy, And I had no idea what you were referring to back then, and it was really stressful. And so I still remember it.
So now everyone knows not to make that mistake again.
Yep.
Gotcha. For Roman specifically, say ETC instead of Etsy. Got it.
Yeah. Well, since then I've never said it any other way. Let's see. I guess.
So let us know if you have any questions for Rob. You can put them either in the YouTube live stream chat or in the Discord chat. I had a question because Roman and Jake always told me like crazy stories about, I don't know, like your exploits on red team and purple team. So what is your craziest story, I guess, in your career?
My hands down, my favorite story that I tell quite a bit is my walking on water story. I got to walk on water literally, and it was such a great experience because. So let me set the scene. There was an assessment for a nuclear power plant that we were doing, and for those who don't know, nuclear power plants need to be close to water because of any possible bad stuff happening. Also, nuclear power plants are guarded by dogs and security guards and all kinds of things that are scary, especially when it comes to physical assessments. And so we go out to do our site assessment to see what is possible in this area, and we see the gates and the guards and we try and walk up to the facility and get stopped and just started walking around the perimeter and seeing what's there. And there's this river that is like probably 20 feet deep river that is flowing super fast. And we even comment on it because there's these kayakers that are on it that are just flying by faster than the cars are that are on the street next to it. And we start walking around and we're like, we go back and it's December time frame and we're like, we're just not going to get into this place. This is going to suck. And we actually have the engagement out to, I think it was February. So we go out in February for the assessment. We're sitting in the coffee shop. We're like, we're not getting in this place. We're going to try a few things. We try the front door. We try around the other places, not getting anywhere. And we start just walking around to see if we can get Wi-Fi and just connect to it because the gates are so far away from the actual building. We don't even think we're going to get Wi-Fi. And so we start walking around and we notice that the river that was flowing at such a fast pace had actually frozen over, and it had done that for the first time that day in the last 40 some odd years. It had never frozen over because of how fast it was in the last 40 some odd years that morning. And so I walk out and everyone on the team's like, you're crazy. You're going to fall in. That's, and so I am an idiot and I walk all the way across the water and I walk on water. And when I get to the other side, what we didn't notice was there's a cliff directly up to get onto it. So I start scaling this cliff, and because you can't put guards or gates on direct straight up and down cliffs or running water, I was able to get into the facility by going up this cliff across the frozen lake that had only frozen once in 20, 40 years. So that was my fun story. Everything came together to make that happen. That's not something
crazy.
you can really plan. Yeah.
That's crazy. I used to live in Ithaca, New York, where it gets pretty cold in the winter. And there are a bunch of lakes there. And so they freeze over, but we're not allowed to ice skate on them because apparently you're supposed to wait until it's been frozen for 2 full weeks or something.
Mm-hmm.
So, wow, that was risky.
Yes,
I'm glad
it
you're
was
still
dumb.
here with us today.
It was very dumb, but it worked out.
Do you still do any physical pen testing?
Yeah, we still do. I was so been doing 2 in the last year or so. Yeah, we do not all week every week because there's a lot of stuff that goes behind that. There's a lot of planning involved. One of the things that is super important to me for physicals is de-escalation techniques and how to de-escalate situations, because I've been on too many pen tests and too many physical tests where either the tester or the security guards have not been in those situations before, so their adrenaline's running high and they can make really bad mistakes. I've had plenty of guns pointed at my face. I've had plenty of physical pen tests where the other people on the test have run instead of like just staying there, and like that's one of the dumbest moves you can make because you're not actually going to outrun a bullet. And so like there's just so much involved in doing physical tests that it takes a while to plan those out and get everyone ready and on board with it.
That makes
Crazy.
sense. Well, it doesn't seem like there are any other questions, but
Okay.
I just want to mention that Rob has been helping us with our competitions, since our first annual event 7 years ago. I think you've probably been there in person for most of them. And back when you used to work at General Electric, you used to run Ghost Thread, which was also a CTF competition. So, well, thank you, Rob. Hope you have a good day.
Thank you so much
All
for
right, thanks,
speaking.
no
Good
problem.
luck getting your Christmas tree.
I appreciate it. Thanks. Have a great day, and good luck on the competition to everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Alrighty, so we have about 10 minutes before our next speaker, who is apparently in the YouTube chat as we speak. John Hammond will be speaking next about how to take CTFs to in real life. But until then, do we have any questions about the schedule, or I don't know, the CTF or the challenges? Let us know. There's a question in Discord. Did I miss the link for mini games? They're not sure where it's posted. The next mini game isn't until, let's see. Do you remember when the next mini game is, Roman?
I think it's right after John's talk.
Okay, so the next mini game is at 1:45 p.m. Eastern time. So we have about another hour before that, and we will post the link both in Discord and in the YouTube live stream chat. Oh, we forgot the bonus flag, Roman. So.
Well, I feel like Rob might have actually included in his talk, so I'm gonna.
He definitely did include one in his talk that very few people seem to have gotten so far.
Yeah, and so we are not gonna make it that easy for y'all.
So next bonus flag after John's talk.
There might be well, I'm not gonna say anything. Well, I already did.
Okay. No hints. Let's see. Only 2 people have successfully submitted the bonus flag in Rob's talk so far.
Sounds good. Let me send out an announcement.
We have a question in the Discord. With Facebook sucking the life of everything Meta, any considerations with rebranding if Facebook fails big? Would hate their misuse of Meta to do too much damage with this awesome team. We have considered actually like changing the name of the company, probably keeping the term MetaCTF. But if anybody has any ideas, because naming is difficult.
Yeah, we're not sure. we've been thinking of changing the name for a few years now. It's just that none of us have any good ideas. And so maybe one day we will. But I feel like Facebook also publicized an entirely different definition for the word meta. And, if we take Facebook out of the equation, the word meta, actually seems to have a meaning now.
Also, I'm not sure that Meta, like for Facebook, will really catch on because like Alphabet for Google never really catched on. So I don't know. I don't know how much it'll affect us. We have a question in the chat. Was deciphering the logo challenge a bonus flag? I'm not sure which challenge this is referring to. Do you know, Roman?
I think there was last year. Last year we had a flag in the logo.
Yeah, we had a flag in the logo for CyberGames.
I don't think we had a logo this year. I don't think we had a bonus in the logo this year. Yeah.
But if that's not what you're referring to, Penelope, just send us a DM in MetaMail and we'll get to it eventually. We're still a little bit backed up on those, so thanks to everybody for their patience.
John needs to reboot his computer.
Okay.
So.
Relatable.
So for those of you who are asking for flags, the bonus flag for Rob's talk has already been released. And so you...
and I think you should be able to go back in the stream, right?
You can go back in the stream, and in the worst case, after this stream is over, you can look at the recording.
Okay, so since in the last like 5 or 10 minutes, a few more people have gotten Rob's bonus flag. So now we have a total of 5 teams that have gotten it. Should we take a look at the scoreboard?
Sure.
I haven't been keeping track of it, so I don't know how much movement there's been.
Let me bring it up.
I think Colonel Poppers participates in like every one of our CTFs. And they usually place like in top 3.
Yep. Were you saying that they aren't doing as good this time?
I just saw their name on the scoreboard. Well, right now they're number 9, but there's a bunch of time for that to change.
You're doing great, Colonel Poppers.
I wasn't saying they weren't doing great. They're doing great. So it looks like Team IDEC. I assume it's, I don't even know. Affiliation IDEC is in the top spot, but it looks like they're only 25 points ahead of the second team, which is not a lot because most of our challenges, like our easiest challenges, start at like 100 points maybe. So definitely could be a lot of movement. Then there's Team Keep Flags in number 3 spot, the Hacker Screw in the number 4 spot, and Zero Tolerance in the number 5 spot. Any interesting stats, Roman?
Let's see. I can take a look. So we currently have over 40,000 submissions, which I think is already more than we had last year. And we have over 3,000 users registered. Of all the problems that we've released, only 8 of them are yet to be solved. Let's see. So right now, I think the maximum number of points you can get is 18,325, not including the bonuses. And I think if we include all the bonuses, it's at least 300 or 400 now. And I think, we have over 100 countries represented, over 300 universities. So it's a pretty big event.
Also, there was a question about the number of bonus flags that have gone out. I'm not sure the exact number, but definitely more than 3. Because the person said that they had gone 3. So probably more like at least 5,
At
right?
least 5.
Probably more.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker, John Hammond. He's been an advocate of CTFs and cybersecurity education for I guess over 10 years now. I think the first time I've seen your talk was on YouTube a few years ago, and then I was always fascinated by the content that you put out on YouTube. So John has a really active YouTube channel and a really active Discord community, which I think is doing a great job.
You've probably heard of him, and if you haven't, then you need to subscribe to his channel on YouTube.
Yeah, John also runs a lot of his own CTFs. I don't know if you have any of them coming up sometime soon, so feel free to advertise them. But I'll let you take it from here. Thank you, John.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Audio is good? All right, sweet. Can I share my screen? Is that totally fine?
Yep.
All right.
Yep, just share it and we'll bring it on.
All right. Should be set now. Great. Super cool. Well, hey, how's it going, everybody? This is a presentation. CTFs to IRL or taking capture the flag to in real life. And a little subtitle, right? Kind of the hook, line, and sinker here to draw your attention for what we're chatting about. Why we play the games here, while we're playing capture the flag. So before we dive in, obviously kind of, hey, the obligatory thank you. Thank you so much, seriously, for letting me come hang out with you, letting me spend some time with you guys, and us getting together to do this, to play this capture the flag, to listen to all these folks speak. This is awesome. This is the knowledge sharing and knowledge transfer that we all want. And it's so great to be able to do this digitally, right? When we've got to do it. So, hey, I'll get started with, the silly, stupid introductions that every speaker and every presenter kind of has to do, right? Hey, credibility. Let me somehow try to hopefully convince you that maybe I know what I'm talking about. At least maybe I can get you to think that. So, hey, my name is John Hammond. I'm a senior security researcher at a company called Huntress, and I got my feet wet in cybersecurity through the U.S. Coast Guard. I attended the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, and that's really where I kind of cut my teeth and got my chops in the realm of cybersecurity. I would play in a lot of other competitions. I would work with, some of the other service academies over in the United States, and we'd be on the keyboard. We would be an operator. We would be doing it for real, starting to get, really hands-on and doing practical applications and exercises. And I would try to showcase that. I would try to teach that. I would try to educate my team members and lots of others. And now I try to bring that, to a bit of a global stage on YouTube. And that has been a fun side project and passion. We have the 100,000 silver play button in the middle there, and get to talk with a bunch of cool bigwigs, lots of people with gold on their sleeves. It's fun stuff. But more of the career, right? More of the professional landscape. After the Coast Guard Academy, I pivoted over to the Department of Defense. My first position in the industry, quote unquote, was an instructor. It was literally a teacher. with the Department of Defense Cyber Training Academy, and I helped kind of carve out and build the curriculum for the cyber threat emulation course, which was teaching, hey, offensive PowerShell and Python and like adversarial emulation frameworks like Metasploit and others to military personnel and civilians. And it was super cool and it was a lot of fun, but it was just kind of talking to a PowerPoint for 8 hours a day. And, you know, you kind of like ride a unicycle and try to juggle some balls in the air to keep folks entertained and keep them awake. Got a little tiring, a little bit. So I thought, hey, let's go do this for real. You know, let's go be an operator and go be with the Defense Threat Reduction Agency as a cyber red team operator. Sounds super duper cool. Really, we're just kind of sitting in like, hey, a space with no windows, kind of sitting on our thumbs because it was a lot of red tape, a lot of slow moving bureaucratic parts. And we're just waiting to do something, but it's slow. So eventually I kind of got asked by a good friend of mine, hey, John, you want to come join the party over here at Huntress, which is my current role, and I'm loving it. It's a ton of fun and super fulfilling. And that's where I am now. But anyway, that's the cheesy background on a industry career and stuff like that. Let's get into the meat of the conversation here, what I want to be talking with you about. And I think this is a fine talking point to really set the stage here, because what I love about CyberGames and this MetaCTF and this event and even everything that we've been doing the end of the year here, there are tons and tons of holiday capture the flag activities and events and training. I think a lot of these are kind of off the tails of, you know, there's that National Cybersecurity Awareness Month or October. And a lot of folks probably know this or either get bored or roll their eyes for National Cybersecurity Awareness Month because, oh, good, it's that time of year again where we have a bunch of people come over and they talk about the stuff we already hear. Like, hey, don't click on phishing links or don't plug in USB drives. Use strong passwords, yada, yada, yada. Some people, it's a little trite and oversaturated and overused. But I think this year, 2021, we had a bit more of a wake-up call. And it was cool to see this, right? Because I think it shook up the world for people that aren't necessarily in cybersecurity or doing tech or doing nerdy computer stuff. But then they got to see how really reliant we are on technology. And not all of these are cybersecurity incidents, right? Not all of these are hacks or attacks or breaches. But there was a time right at the beginning of the month in October where Facebook suddenly went off the internet, right? Oops, Instagram is down, WhatsApp is down. And I was like, oh, this is a good wake-up call for some cybersecurity awareness month. And we saw Twitch even have their source code leaked. This one was a little bit more of an incident or a breach when the Facebook incident was not. And oops, I don't know if there are any gamers in the room, right? I don't know if anyone's a Twitch fan, but that was a big talking point for a little bit. And we have reporters, hey, jumping at the bits, trying to make some news headlines, trying to make some stories about this. They're reaching out and they're saying, hey, you tracking the story? Twitch, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram. Then all of a sudden, Snapchat, hey, we're getting some heat. And again, not all of these are specific cybersecurity incidents, but it shows the rest of the world, maybe some folks that aren't, solve and capture the flag and working in the command line throughout their weekend. But those non-technical folks, they see, oh yeah, I really do use this stuff all the time. And when that's suddenly down or taken away, how do I spend my time? It sounds so weird to say, right? But we're so reliant on that sort of stuff. So how do these incidents happen? If it is a shutdown or if it is a breach or anything like that, I think it's super interesting because we actually had in this month, again, look, the headline on this article is about October 5th, just again in that National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And I don't know if you recognize this fella, but this is the chief over at the National Security Agency, or the NSA. He goes on to predict and say, nice eye-catching headline, the United States is going to face ransomware. Some of these cybersecurity threats and cybercrime, we're going to face ransomware every single day for years to come. Now, zooming in on this is General Paul Nakasone. He's the director at NSA and the head of U.S. Cyber Command. Kind of a cool guy, right? Got a little bit of clout, got a little bit of influence, right? I don't know if you take everything that he says with a grain of salt or not, but he's in a position of power to be able to make this bold statement. And he says, we're going to see this every day for the next 5 years. And that is kind of what I think sets the stage here. And I'm glad that he was able to say this. I'm glad he said that out loud because no one else was going to end up saying it. So how does this all happen? How do these incidents in cybercrime come to life? Well, you know the story, right? You know this. This is the obligatory, hey, everyone has already said this for Cybersecurity Awareness Month. You see the phishing emails, you see the 0 days and the vulnerabilities and the threats. And some of this is super cheesy. Some of this is super dumb. Hey, you get a link in a message. It says, oh, you want to reset your Facebook password or your account's going to be disabled, or something about your PayPal account, yada, yada, yada. Or maybe you're using like a Microsoft account to log into your school email, and it looks really, really suspicious, but also knows exactly what your name is at your organization. It's well thought out and sophisticated enough to trick someone. And that's all it is, right? A trick, some lie, some deceit, and some deception. But this is where it all starts. So it's not always an email that you might receive that lure. I'm sure folks have seen this. Hey, they've gotten a direct message, or even they have a text message, an SMS that says, I got a weird one the other day where all the letters had like their international or different UTF character set representation. Like every single letter had its E accent grave, or the line dash above it at the very top of the letter. And somehow that gets through whatever filters, or the spam trickles through. And maybe you see some stuff just like that, or you've gotten the weird Instagram message or the weird TikTok message. I don't know, Snapchat, wherever you're on these days. But that's the lure. That's the bait. And now what? Now what's going to happen if you were to fall for that? If you were to click on that, if you were to accidentally or unknowingly give a threat actor or a bad adversary some sort of access, some sort of information, whether it's your credentials or you download and run something that gives them maybe control over your computer. You guys know that term, right? Remote access Trojan, RAT, or C2, command and control. So this is a fun, interesting talking point here. What I have up on the screen, and I don't know how well you can see this. If I maybe can amp up the quality, I can try. Let me see. No, green scare. If anything, I'll read you through kind of what we're looking at, but that's okay. Over on this page is xss.is. This is an online forum, and this is truthfully kind of one of those weird, wacky, shady hacker forums. It is a Russian hacker forum. I don't think there's any issue in kind of pointing that out. If you open this page, Google might very well tell you, hey, do you want to translate this into like English? Google Translate kicks in and says, hey, let's transform this Russian into English for you. But then you lose some of the language, and the wording and the grammar and the spelling isn't always the best thing. So let me read this to you because I think it's getting clobbered through our screen share here. But this individual is trying to buy some Office 365 accounts, like access that would have been maybe retrieved from that phishing email or from that vulnerability that was exploited. And it becomes a commoditized marketplace. It's an underground industry, right? It's an underground, hey, buying and selling of crime, hackers for hire. And this is just the world that we live in right now. But this fella says, hey, I'm buying Microsoft Office logins in bulk. Payment terms, Bitcoin only, BTC. Hey, we need to get it in cryptocurrency, right? That's the only thing that gives some get perfect getaway car and completes anonymity for our cyber criminals here. And this individual responds, I don't know how well you can see it on the bottom. He says, hey, message me on Telegram. Here's my username. Hit me up. And this is what xss.is is all about. This is one site compared to a whole lot of others. There's exploit.in, and that's more pay to play. And there are a ton of others just like this. But look at this marketplace subforum. Again, I'll read some of these to you because I don't know how well that screen share is. But we say, we could have a whole thread and bulletin board dedicated to selling access, like available networks, RDP access, FTP access, database leaks, etc., or malware. Hey, do you want a custom Trojan? Do you want a bot? Do you want some ransomware written just for you, exploits or crypt technology? Spam, of course, or sensitive information. Down below here, there's a section on carding. Maybe we could buy someone's social security number or their driver's license information, a picture of their passport, right? Kind of strange and sketchy stuff. Wallets, PayPal access, Venmo, lots of crazy things here. But look at this. I wish I could say that and actually make sure you could see it. But this individual saying, hey, I need a remote control that bypasses antivirus. I need something to gain access, or I'm looking to purchase tax documents. I'm selling VPN access to a specific company or RDP credentials, etc. This is that hacker for hire or help wanted business that is the world of cybercrime, threats, and industries. And I don't know if all of this, truthfully, you see a lot of this on the dark web, quote unquote, kind of the cheesy underground, but really it's still the internet. Tor, when we say that the onion router and the onion network, still the internet. Its services are kind of tucked away in the corners and crevices of the internet. Some of that might be real, but some of that might not be real. I don't know the legitimacy of it. I don't pretend to know, but it's out there. It's a thing. You could literally go find. You can go see this. Here's another one alongside XSS.is. This is Genesis Market. Over on the top left here, you can see their banner. And Genesis is an invite-only marketplace. You do have to be given an access code to be able to actually join and start to shop around here. But Genesis Market is all about selling fingerprints and form grabbers. Now, when I say fingerprints, I don't mean like literal human fingerprints from your thumb or your index finger. I mean the way that your computer looks when it touches another web server or it reaches out and connects to a website. You might think of, okay, the silly headers that are made in your HTTP requests, whether it's your user agent, where you're coming from, your IP address, etc. But the fun stuff in here is like actually trying to look and understand it, how it could get a session. And I know this is not going to come well across the screen share, but this says, hey, the Genesis Marketplace will sell fingerprints as stated, but also cookies, like the authentication mechanism for how a website knows you are who you say you are, that special key or that special token that gets carried along. That is something that literally allows a bad person to do some session hijacking. So they could become and impersonate you, your account and your user, and do anything that you might be able to do. Gain access to all the info you've already given that page, say your credit card information, your shipping address, etc. It'll also sell some form grabbers like keyloggers or logs, saved logins, saved credentials, etc. And if you wanted to zoom in on this, if you wanted to go see what sort of bots or programs that Genesis Market sells, you can see their listing. And these are kind of random bot names, but over on the right-hand side, they'll showcase these are the websites that we might have potential power to be able to receive and pull some data from. For different browsers, it might also list how many cookies it has already recovered and that you could gain access to. But some of these are Google, eBay, Live, Orange, Volksbank, PayPal, Mega NZ, Steam, lots and lots of stuff in here. Now, I'll admit, I don't know the full ins and outs of how Genesis Market works. I've never had a need to purchase a bot or a fingerprint stealer personally. I don't think you really do. But again, I want to bring this to you and show it to you that this exists. It's a thing. But what about those cyber criminals those other ransomware threat actors. And this is kind of exactly, hey, the dark web, quote unquote, like we were discussing it earlier, or the onion links, the pages that are only accessible with the .onion domain. Over in the address bar, you would be able to potentially see, hey, this is the full link to the Tor hidden service for RagnarLocker, one of a well-known ransomware groups. And this is their online leak site, or their, hey, dumping all of the information of what they might have stolen or exfiltrated or retrieved from a victim that they hit with ransomware. They'll publicize and share all of that information. And this is their about page, right? Or their wall of shame that's accessible. And it says, I'll read this to you again. Hey, we're the team of RagnarLocker, and we're cybersecurity enthusiasts, CryptoPunks, and entrepreneurs and businessmen. Our main goal is to create a cool project and then show off all of its power and its glory. And of course, make a profit. They're all in it for the money, right? Now, RagnarLocker team doesn't really pursue or make any aims to damage anyone's businesses or someone personally. But if it's necessary, right, no doubt, we'll do what we promise and there will be consequences. So no jokes here. That's such a weird thing to say. That's such like, hey, we don't really mean to cause damage. We don't want all this devastation, but we'll do it. Down below, you could see companies under the attack of RagnarLocker can count it as a bug bounty reward. Hey, it's just a free pen test. We might have exfiltrated and encrypted and destroyed all of your data and sensitive files, but look, it's consulting. They literally consider all of the victims and targets customers and clients. Kind of wacky, I think. Now, RagnarLocker got in a little bit of hot water, or at least was certainly the in the spotlight in the news recently. RagnarLocker had gone out and said, look, guys, to all these customers, to all these clients of ours, if you happen to reach out to, say, the FBI or the police or any investigative agency, any three-letter agency, and you're asking for help on recovering your data or getting the ransomware stuff back, that's a no-go. They said, if you actually go to any law enforcement agency, we're going to just immediately release and drop all of your information online right then and there. Like, not holding anything back. If you try to ask for help, not cool. Look at this, the very last paragraph here. Dear clients, if you want to resolve all issues smoothly, don't ask the police to do this for you. We'll find out, and we'll punish with all of our efforts. Another weird and oddball thing, right? So, hey, we know that this is going to happen. Like, we know that there are going to be cyber incidents. We've seen everything, and we had Cyber Command and NSA saying this is going to keep happening every day. So there's a perspective. There's kind of a tagline we often say, it's not a matter of if, but it's a matter of when. And we say that here. I'll try and drop the screen share for a quick moment to recover it, maybe. Fingers crossed. I don't know if we'll have any better luck on how this looks, but when we say it's not a matter of if, but when, it's saying that you will be targeted. There will be an issue and an incident, because that cybercrime is not really subjective or objective in who it might be targeting. There is no target. Cyber criminals will use the spray and pray mentality to hit whatever's vulnerable, whatever's out there and open. And that might be something. Here, I'll share my screen one more time.
I think you might be able to change it in I think in settings, you might be able to change your stream quality. I don't know if it makes a difference.
Yeah, I'll come through with that video here.
And I think if you go to the video tab, there's another video resolution.
Thanks for the super quick assist. Sorry for our tiptoe tap dancing, everybody.
No worries.
I'm screen sharing now, and it should be set to 1080p, but we'll see.
Let's see. I think it's
a little bit better.
I think it's a bit better. Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Thanks.
So you are not immune. No one is immune. You can't have the mentality, oops, who would want to target little old me? You know, I'm just a silly person without any sort of real merit or stuff that I'm trying to hide. Why would anyone want to go after me or target my small business, mom and pop shop, or whatever the case may be? That doesn't work. That's not the right mentality. So when we say it's not a matter of if, but when, that means you might be a victim. You will. But we keep saying that. We've said that so many times now, over and over again. It's lost a lot of its value. Again, really trite and oversaturated. So I would offer to you, maybe there's more of that conversation to be had. Maybe there's another idea behind that. So I want to pitch this to you and get your thoughts. I'd like to know what you think here. Because there's another good mantra. There's another good tagline when we say the best defense in cybersecurity, trying to stop all of these incidents, the ransomware, the cryptocurrency mining, defacing websites, botnets, etc. The best defense is knowing the offense, knowing how the enemy works, knowing their tradecraft, knowing their tips and tricks, knowing what they do, knowing what they use to target you. And this is a fun idea in all reality because it tells us, hey, maybe you should go learn and understand how the adversaries do their work. You should be a hacker. And that's why we play a lot of capture the flag, right? Because CTFs kind of lean us more towards being a pen tester or being a red teamer or emulating the adversary, throw in exploits, find in vulnerabilities, write in some attack scripts, blah, blah, blah. But we like to play with this idea a lot. I think this is kind of always a fun and interesting thing when we say, hey, you know what? You know that job that you're working? You know what you're doing for your own career? Take a look at what you're bringing in. Take a look at, hey, your salary, your compensation, and then take a look at some of those ransomware actors. We think of Ragnar Locker. We think of Revil. We think of, I don't know, Black Matter, Dark Side, I believe. And their margins, their revenue and their income, what? They've got like 60 million, more so than that. One gig, one opportunity, you work with one client or customer, again, quote unquote. Hey, that's $5 million right there. More than what we've got in our line of work, right? So we tease this idea with people. We say, hey, you know what? You should quit your job and pick up a career in cybercrime. You know what? Join the dark side. We have cookies. Literally, we bought them on the illicit underground marketplace. So we'd say, hey, welcome to Shady Corp. Thanks for picking up a career in cybercrime. And now if you wanted to do this, if you wanted to be a little bit more offensive in your defense, we say this idea to defend forward, to go out and be proactive in how you're doing threat hunting or how you're actually going to do good security. You have an element of the offensive nature in your defense. Now, this is a thing, right? When we are looking at these ransomware actors, and I'll tell you this one last story before we kind of continue with the narrative here. I don't know if anyone was aware of the Kaseya incident. This was around the 4th of July weekend over in the United States. And the Kaseya incident was sort of a supply chain attack. And I mean that in more of a procedural supply chain attack, not like the technical, hey, CI/CD pipeline, continuous integration, continuous deployment, development, blah, blah, blah. I mean that in that Kaseya was a target and victim, and they're at the top of the kind of tree here, or they're one source where if Kaseya was compromised, all of their customers and clients were then compromised. And all of their customers were then compromised. It sort of had a trickle-down effect or a domino effect because it was pushed out through the remote monitoring and management software that could deploy and push out malicious code to all the endpoints downstream. Now, that's a crazy idea, right? You think of the phrase, hey, 2 birds, 1 stone. What if it's 1,000 birds, 1 stone? One fell swoop and you've done all this damage. You poison the roots of the tree and all the branches die. So this was something that I kind of wanted to kind of bring to light here because it was a colossal ransomware attack hitting maybe north of 1,000 downstream businesses. And this threat actor, this cyber criminal, was Revil. I don't know if folks are familiar with them. And they actually went out and kind of put this on their blog, just like Ragnar Locker has its own onion site or leak site in the dark web, a Tor onion site. Revil has their happy blog, so they call it. And this is kind of funny to me because they had said, hey, on Friday, we launched an attack on managed service providers and small businesses targeting through that Kaseya RMM. More than 1 million systems were infected. I don't know if that's true. I think Revil just might kind of be like desk chumping or chest thumping, saying, hey, look at us. We did this cool thing. But I don't know, just kind of braggadocio. And they say outright, look, if anyone wants to negotiate about a universal decryptor, like, hey, if you want the miraculous cure, if you want the special key that will rescue and recover all compromised systems, all infected machines, well, no matter the business, no matter the company, you'll have it. We'll give it to you at one steep price. Hey, our asking price is just $70 million in Bitcoin. And that sounds like a good pool of money to pull in if that were you, if you were the cyber criminal. But eventually, this actually, the story were to continue on after you see that, hey, $70 million for that asking price for universal decryptor. I think eventually it got haggled down to 50 million or something. But after Revil had gone out and said, look, guys, this was us. We did that, putting their flag in the ground, trying to take the glory. You have members of those shady underground hacking forums, right? XSS.is. And they're like celebrating this. They're like hooping and hollering, cheering from the sidelines. They say, for such an attack, man, the ransom should be higher. That's crazy to me. Like, nice work, guys. Kind of patting them on the back. This individual Zero says, man, they'll go down in history. Time after time, they beat their own records of past attacks. They expect in a month. It's true that they'll go down in history. We live in an amazing time. Yeah. Goodness, isn't that right? That's one way to say it. We certainly do live in an amazing time. But some of you might know the later ends of the story here. We have seen some of the strong arms and some good government intervention be able to start to fight back against this sort of stuff. So ransomware is now suddenly a crime with the same priority and is basically equivalent to terrorism. Okay. We'll press the I believe button on that. Oh, and we have a lot of joint initiatives between Europol and Interpol arresting multiple ransomware gang suspects. We saw the intervention or the work that came through with the dark side ransom, kind of going and stepping to retrieve and seize some of the funds stolen from Colonial Pipeline during that incident. We've seen a lot of work done by our government bodies. And if you were still kind of dancing and playing with that idea of exploring a career in cybercrime for the sake of, bettering the world, turns out that's not the right way to do it. You'll go to jail. It's illegal. Can't fight cybercrime with cybercrime. And this is kind of a fun story here. This actually is a bit recent. I don't know if anyone recognizes our good friend here, Yevgeny. And I might be mispronouncing his name, so forgive me. But Yevgeny Polyanin, hey, he got himself in some hot water just a little bit ago. He's got some charges against his name: conspiracy to commit fraud or related activity in connection with computers, and intentional damage to a protected computer, or conspiracy to commit money laundering. Some simple stuff, right? But this is our boy. He's born over on March 4th, 1993, a Russian fella here. And Polyanin is allegedly one of the many Sodinokibi or Revil ransomware affiliates. There was an indictment out, and he had been placed under arrest, I believe, in Poland. And I don't exactly know how the rest of the story has been unfolding, but you could see, all right, this is some hot water. You know, he's wanted for his alleged involvement in ransomware attacks and money laundering activity. It's alleged through the use of Sodinokibi and Revil ransomware, talking about how ransom notes were left on encrypted computers or victim computers. And if you happen to have any information concerning this person, please contact your local FBI or nearest American embassy. Okay. If anyone wants to read the indictment on here, it's actually a bit of a wild ride, something interesting to look through. You could really see what terms and how we define some of the words that we might use on a day-to-day basis, being computer security people. Stuff like malware, stuff like ransomware, and then how it's used in the legal sense or in the highest circles of government to be able to put people away. You could see some of the aliases for Yevgeny. Hey, he's got damnating, damn to life, Newleds, interesting hacker handles. And if you'll notice here, throughout this persistent remote access, it says the conspirators then use malware, including types named Cobalt Strike, Metasploit, and Mimikatz, and others to further gain access and control of victims. Now, you might have your ears perk up when you hear those tool names because you're like, ooh, I use Metasploit a little bit. You know, I played with Mimikatz. And isn't that crazy? You're playing Capture the Flag. You're doing some of these exercises and war games and training material. And, you know, you're playing with the big boys. You might be doing the same sort of stuff that legitimate threat actors are using. And you're understanding how and why they use them. Kind of an interesting thing. But turns out, like, Yevgeny is going to be arrested, right? All this cybercrime leads to the predicament of it being illegal and it going to jail. So how could we fight back against cybercrime? What can we do? Some people say, hey, if you get hacked, why don't we just hack back? And that sounds so stupid in my mind. Like, what are you going to do? How are you going to hack back? It sounds very I don't know. It sounds like a Hollywood movie thing when you hack back. That's not it. That's not right. Because then, hey, you are eventually still going to be doing the illegal, rough, bad activities that put you in jail. So what could we do instead? Now, let me offer this idea to you. Who hacks the hackers, right? If we can't really be all on that offensive. Let me drop some knowledge bombs right here. Let me give you some cool truth and some cheesy deductive reasoning, right? Here's our transitive property at work here. We say that software is vulnerable, right? That's a fact of life between everything that we've seen. We see vulnerabilities, we see exploits, we see misconfigurations, blah, blah, blah. Software is vulnerable. You with me? And malware is software. Just programs and applications, but you can see, hey, the root of the word there, you know, mal, it's got malice. Etymology, it just means it's bad. It's used for malicious purposes, has malice. So what if we do our Dumbo transitive property and we say malware could just as well be vulnerable? Interesting, right? And we could extrapolate this on a little bit more, right? People like you and me, we're idiots. We're bumbling idiots. We make mistakes, right? We fall for those scams. We fall for those phishing links. We are fallible. And threat actors, adversaries, and hackers, right? They're real people too. So they might make mistakes. Maybe that's how they got caught. Maybe they leave some OPSEC or have some accidental mishap and make a little mistake. Hackers are just as fallible. So that's an interesting idea, right? Because what if we, being the good guys, what if us being good defenders and good security practitioners were to try to turn the tables? What if we were to try and turn the tide on threat actors or maybe give them a taste of their own medicine? That It sounds so cheesy and dumb to say, but I think there's an element there. What if in malware or in remote access Trojans or command and control frameworks, what if you found vulnerabilities and bugs and issues and software flaws that you, as the good guy, might be able to use and take advantage of to stop this evil, to stop an incident, to stop the attack and breach? There's been some kind of conversations on that recently. Like, sometimes malware has the same flaws that you might find in a silly capture the flag challenge. Malware doesn't validate the output of a queried API, or it's not able to handle different types of a response. It just doesn't know how to read in the data properly, and it might choke. It might crash. Maybe some bugs in malware could potentially allow security researchers or the defense folks to create their own back doors. Interesting, right? So here's a thought. What if vulnerabilities in malware, sounds kind of weird, right? What if vulnerabilities in malware offer you, defenders, security researchers, what if they offer you an opportunity to displace the damage? Now, we've seen this before, right? Does anyone happen to know or recognize this one here? Anyone happen to, I don't know, anyone know this screen, or have you seen that image before? I don't know if anyone's seen it for real. This is the WannaCry ransomware back in 2017. And the WannaCry ransomware made a couple headlines. It was running rampant across the industry, across the internet for a long time, infecting one computer after the next. It made a big splash, and the world was talking about this thing. WannaCry would spread through the SMB v1 vulnerability, or server message block in Windows. It was Eternal Blue that was, one of the exploits and attacks leaked from, I think it was like the NSA and Shadow Brokers thing. That's neither here nor there, right? It became this big, crippling ransomware, devastating lots of the internet. And suddenly, at some point, one individual, one security researcher, one fellow nerd like you and I, did a little bit of digging. He did some analysis, and he found a little gimmick, a little flaw, a little idiosyncrasy that displaced the damage or turned off the WannaCry ransomware. Folks might know the story, right? This is Marcus Hutchins. This is malware tech, and he found the kill switch to the WannaCry ransomware. Now, some of you might have dug into this yourself, right? If you pop open the WannaCry executable, the ransomware itself, the binary, into something like Ghidra or IDA Pro, or a debugger, disassembler, or whatever you might like, and you could find, this is the main function, right? Folks, programmers in the room might know, hey, that's going to execute right away. And we check if there is a URL kind of passed into some memory here, IUQERF, blah, blah, blah. But it looks like a domain. It looks like a web address. And down at the bottom, we tried to do a quick little if statement, just a conditional to check if we could open this domain. Cool. We close it and we return, and then we would be out of that code block, and the win main function would finish. Otherwise, if we were unable to actually open it, there wasn't any success from retrieving this web site, we would end up running this subroutine, or sub 408090. You can bet your bottom dollar that's the real ransomware. That's the detonator. That's going to blow stuff up. So if this domain were registered, WannaCry would just stop. It just wouldn't go on its way. And that could very well have been all it took to displace the damage. Now, I know, hey, folks might be saying, whatever, John, that's 2017. WannaCry is old hat. We're like 4 or 5 years down the line now. No one cares about that. That's a bad example. Okay, granted. Let me give you a quote-unquote more modern example. Cobalt Strike. We saw this in August of this year. There was a Cobalt Strike version that left had a couple bugs. It had some, it's of its own mistakes and accidents. A team server, or the headquarters, the HQ of red teamers or threat actors or people trying to do bad things or legitimately doing bad things, that server was vulnerable to some specific packets, some specially crafted communications that go back and forth that might lead to those idiosyncrasies. So, oops, we ran out of memory and we exhausted all of our resources, or we don't know how to handle an error and we just fall over and crash, or there's some logic errors. I don't know if folks are familiar with this. Cobalt Strike looks like this, by the way. If folks aren't familiar with Cobalt Strike, it's a huge and very great remote and red teaming and adversarial emulation utility for pen testers. But that's the original intent, right? To help the good people to defend and better protect security. But in the wrong hands, threat actors and adversaries can really do a number with Cobalt Strike. Cobalt Strike, it makes it easy. It's the easy button for hacking. It's point and shoot. It's point and click, really. A lot of incredible tooling in that. So it's very well liked for threat actors and red teamers, one way or the other. But that CVE, that vulnerability, that weakness that could have been exploited with Cobalt Strike that we were just discussing in those news articles in August, that was a denial of service vulnerability to break and take down a Cobalt Strike team server. You can find this. This is literally out there on the open internet. You can see this on GitHub. Here's a Cobalt Strike denial of service. Simple Python script. If anyone wants to, you can crack this open, take a look at the code, see how it works. And again, for defenders, maybe you might use that denial of service and vulnerability against that Cobalt Strike version if you were to be able to find them out on the open internet. That rides the line of morality and ethics, right? You're a little bit more of a gray hat hacker, I suppose, when you're going to go break and knock over that thing out there on the open internet. I don't know. I'm not advocating one way or another, just food for thought. But Shodan, if folks are familiar with Shodan, the sort of internet search engine for World Wide Web connected devices, you might be able to find computers, workstations, or servers that have open ports on the open internet. Is FTP open? Is RDP open? What about SMB, SSH, blah, blah, blah. You could find even a refrigerator, right? Anything with the Internet of Things devices. Cobalt Strike is now being listed on Shodan, and it's tracking and carving out some of those configuration files for given beacons or team servers, right? And this was found back in November 8th, or at least when I was made aware of it on Twitter, I saw. But you could get some of that information, and maybe that helps you if you're trying to stop some of the proliferation of this potential red teaming adversarial threat emulation stuff, if it's used in the wrong hands, if it's by a legitimate adversary and threat actor. Now, that's the idea. That's the talking point, because I think folks are familiar with whatever. It might be the cyber kill chain. I think Lockheed Martin kind of put that out there, some talking standard language and common ground to discuss the phases of an attack, the life cycle of a hack or a breach or an incident where the bad guy will do some reconnaissance and they'll do their homework. They'll figure out, hey, what is the attack surface of what I want to target and make a victim? They'll break into it, weaponize an exploit, deliver a payload, get some persistence, explore more, and then do their post-exploitation or action on objectives. Whether or not they drop ransomware or do anything else, they've compromised a machine, they've compromised a network. They could do whatever they want. So here's a thought. What if you could break the chain because you have done this due diligence, you have done this learning, you have opened the things under the hood and tried to understand how and why it all works together? So maybe somewhere along that chain and the progression here, you could break it. You could stop that malware from detonating, that ransomware from going off and encrypting everything. Oftentimes that takes code and ingenuity and creativity and innovation that you might put together the same way you might do in a CTF, in the same way you might playing MetaCTF in their CyberGames 2021. You're putting together some code that's doing a scrappy, hey, off the cuff, you just whipped out this thing in your text editor, some hacks. I'm telling you that there is sincere value in that because you've just put something together, you've solved a problem that can be reused, maybe later save that code, rework it, refactor it, and build it into new things that you might again use in the future to better security. You understand, hey, you're going through that cyber kill chain, you're looking at that attack lifecycle, being a little bit on the red team, doing some of that offensive emulation. But if you were to take that mentality and apply it to doing real security out in the real world against these real threats, it's going to work something better for you. Now, I'll leave you with this kind of parting thought because I think this is an interesting soapbox. When we're playing Capture the Flag, when we're playing CTF, there's that root word there of playing. So I think in the industry or in cybersecurity and what we do, we always tend to make everything a game. We gamify things, which is a good thing, right? Because we need to make it approachable and accessible for us fallible human beings, right? But if you talk to managers and businessmen and they say, oh, we're doing a tabletop exercise, or yeah, we've got a role play game set up to work through and iron out the kinks of how we could deal with an incident in the future, we always make it a game. Now, let me just remind you, the gentle reminder, if I could, when we're talking about cybercrime and ransomware and incidents and hacks and breaches, it's not a game. It's not a red team versus a blue team. It's not soldiers on one side of the field versus another. It's real threats, real adversaries, real people wanting to do real harm. If you took the idea of ransomware, and we're seeing it, maybe not in the headlines every day, but it's still affecting school system after medical clinic, after dentist, after lawyer, after firm, whatever. If ransomware hits a hospital, it could then literally become an actual matter of life or death because that business can't treat its patients, which is crazy and wild and weird to think of because this silly stuff we do on our computer, on our keyboard, could have a real world impact. What you're doing in Capture the Flag and CTFs, bring that to IRL and in real life because it could very well have some real meaning and value and impact and work. So that's it. Thanks so much for listening, everybody. Thanks for tolerating the mishap on the screen share. I hope it wasn't too awful for about the first half of the presentation. Thank you for listening. And we've got some nice treat for you on the screen if you happen to recognize it and catch it. So,
hey, John, thank you for the presentation. We can wait for a few minutes to see if anybody has any questions. But
totally.
Yeah, really. It was a really good talk. Thank you for sharing your advice and your thoughts on how you can. I'm not good with words.
No, you're good. I know. I was a little all over the place.
I could never do something like that.
Good reminder though about the relevance of CTFs. I think that's definitely kind of what we're trying to accomplish, especially kind of making problems about the real world vulnerabilities versus ones that are kind of less relevant now. So yeah, really interesting. So I know you have a pretty active Discord community. Like what kind of things do you do in your community and how can people join?
Ooh, so yeah, thanks so much. I had up on the screen there for a moment, and I can bring it back up if you'd like.
And we can post the link in the chat if you want.
Awesome. Thanks so much. So yeah, my main stage kind of platform for producing content is on YouTube. I have that kind of budding and slowly growing channel there for try to showcase cybersecurity concepts, capture the flag walkthroughs, videos, stuff for folks to learn. And that has grown into, I'm pleased with the great community of folks on Twitter or on Discord. And honestly, the Discord is really for people to meet and hang out with fellow nerds, fellow people in the industry, people that really love this sort of thing as a passion. And sometimes it's a CTF work camp. Sometimes it's great people wanting to form up and make a team, learn something new together, solve problems, or work on some projects in coding and development. So it's just a homegrown, hey, grassroots thing for people to get together and have a good time and learn.
Awesome. And I personally had a question.
Yeah.
So when in Jeopardy style CTF, there are a lot of different categories. They're pretty common. There's web exploitation, there's reconnaissance, there's something else. But one of the categories that often seems the most daunting is binary exploitation. So do you have any resources or any suggestions on how can people get better at binary exploitation?
So I will be the first to admit I am not super sharp in binary exploitation myself. I'm happy to admit that fault. When people ask about, hey, what resources and what things could I really use to sharpen my sword there? I don't know if folks are familiar with Nightmare. It's guynatuxedo.github.io. That's a phenomenal resource for walking through different capture the flag challenges from crawl, walk, run mentality of, hey, we'll start to solve a small problem first and then a larger problem. And then really it's a matter of practice. There are other great resources, Pwnable.xyz. Micro corruption showcases a little bit of that reverse engineering and willingness to dive into assembly if you need to do that. But when people say, try and write it yourself and explore those vulnerabilities and weaknesses, I would genuinely recommend that to folks as well. Try to compile some C code and see how it looks from a disassembler or debugger's point of view. Work through different debuggers, explore and get an understanding of what looks weird in memory and where. And then you'll slowly introduce yourself to other concepts. Hey, Tcache, vtables, other things that could be things you could latch onto for exploitation. I would offer those as resources if that's totally okay. And then I will add the gentle reminder, I don't know how often you'll end up always carving through deep, low level in the weeds binary exploitation. Say if you're a pen tester, or say if you do some red teaming things. If you're crafting exploits yourself in some spooky, squirrely job, maybe tucked away underground, then it's totally understandable and reasonable. But CTFs and learning all that binary exploitation is great for sharpening your skills, and because it gives you that fine-grained understanding and detail that you wouldn't have otherwise. But don't beat yourself up, and don't hang your head against the wall if you're feeling, hey, I've got some more to learn in binary exploitation. I do too. We all do.
Yeah, and I think cybersecurity is such a big field. Even if you don't have any technical knowledge, you can still work in cybersecurity. And in sales, accounting, management, there, and even other, non-technical but still somewhat technical roles. Don't be discouraged if you don't know something specific.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, thank you, John. It's nice to see you.
Thank you. Great being with you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here.
Bye.
So I think we might actually push the next mini game, which was supposed to be at 1:45 to 2:45, maybe, because I believe our next speaker is here already and ready to go. Does that sound like a good plan?
I think so. I think we can do that. Sure.
Okay. Sounds good. Alrighty. Are we ready to move on? Alrighty. So we are very excited to have Dr. Daniel Graham with us today. He is a professor of computer science at UVA and also the author of a book called Ethical Hacking, which is published with NoSart Press. I'm especially excited because I'm an undergrad I'm an alum of the undergraduate program of UVA's computer science program. And the faculty there were like the main reason why I wanted to become a grad student in CS. So we're very excited to hear from you today. Thank you for being here with us.
It's great to be here. Hopefully you guys can hear me well.
You want us to share your screen?
Yes, I can start here. So let me know when you can see it.
Yep, I think we're good. Cool.
Great. So I think this will be a shorter talk than some of the other talks. And the title is The Freedom and Community of Academia. And there are 10 things that I want to tell you about a career in academia, and then hopefully convince some of you that this is going to be a fun and worthwhile thing for you to pursue. So the first one is there's this freedom to go down the rabbit hole. And in all of these CTF challenges that you're exploring, you notice that you have to spend a lot of time on a problem. And research is just that. It's becoming engrossed in a specific topic, and you want to learn everything about it. But the key is to keep a beginner's mindset. So as you go down this rabbit hole, what you want to do is you want to be able to imagine something new as you explore and learn more about a particular topic. One of the things that I like to think about is that imagination is actually more important than knowledge. One of the key things for academia is creativity. And then the second one is the freedom to choose. So you'll be able to choose what problems to work on, who you work with, when you work on those problems. And these are some of the most important decisions, I think, that you'll have to make as an academic. Particularly, sometimes you'll choose a problem to work on and you'll spend your whole life working on that problem and you actually won't solve it. And this can be very disappointing. And so picking the right problem that you could solve in your lifetime is very, very important. And choosing who to work with, your advisor, your students, this is also really key. Because a lot of times innovation doesn't happen in a vacuum, and so you need to work with like-minded and very intelligent people. And choosing when to work on these problems is also really important. Sometimes if you start working on a problem too early, when they're not the things in place that you need to solve it, then you probably won't solve it. And for example, there have been a lot of innovations in machine learning lately, and that's because of advancement in computing power to run these deep models. And so if you started working on those problems very early on, you probably wouldn't have made as much progress as now. And so choosing the problem and the timing is really key. The other amazing benefit of being in academia is that you have the time, freedom of time to read and write and think deeply. A lot of really good ideas come from reading other people's work. And reading, I've found, has been way more effective than listening to somebody talk or listening to a lecture, because you can really get involved and engrossed in the material. And then you really need time to write, because writing is thinking. When you write something down, you can really think through it really carefully, and you can examine the idea, and you have to be very careful with your word choice. And thinking deeply is also extremely important. So you might have an idea at a very shallow level when you start off, but really being able to think about the edge cases and the nuance in the idea, that is where you'll really be able to innovate and create new knowledge. And so you need time to do this, and in an academic environment, you'll have this. Some people will get overwhelmed where they feel like they have too much time, and that's because maybe you're not using it well. So really treasuring that time, that freedom of time is super important. And then there's this idea of freedom to speak openly and honestly. So as an academic, you'll have this kind of social responsibility to participate and facilitate debate, and to really do so in a kind of open and honest way. And so once you get tenure, nobody can fire you for what you say, or it's really difficult. And so things like you might inject yourself into discussions about the metaverse, for example, and whether or not we should trap people in it, or whether or not we should say, let's explore the universe instead of building the metaverse. You'll have the opportunity to write publicly about issues that you think are important. In New York Times op-ed pieces or in your local paper. And these are one of the things that are important for driving discussion forward and helping people understand new ideas and their consequences. Like, what's the consequence of moving to centralized currency? Or what's the consequence of spending large amounts of money on NFTs? And so this freedom to participate and speak openly and with the public about these ideas is one of the key responsibilities for being an academic. And then I think one of the most important things is this freedom to create. So academics will create new knowledge by discovering new things about our universe. They'll create new ideas and share them with the world. And they'll create new tools and processes that help shape our society. So as you guys work on your CTFs, you might not even know about all of the tools that were created in an academic environment. For example, the compiler that compiles your C code on a Mac machine, LLVM, was invented at the University of Illinois. A symbolic execution tool that's very popular for CTFs was invented by somebody who is at UC San Diego. It's called Anger. And so a lot of the tools that slowly matriculate into the rest of society kind of originate in academia. The von Neumann architecture started at Harvard, the first architecture for what a computer should look like. A modern day computer, that is. And so a lot of these academic environments are thinking about things that you might not see 20 or 30 years into the future. For example, Peter Shor, while he was at Caltech, started thinking about quantum computing, and so did Richard Feynman. And that's when he proposed the Shor algorithm for breaking RSA. And that has kind of been the golden standard for developing quantum computers, or reason for developing quantum computers now. And so this freedom to think about what's going to be in the future 20 or 30 or even 40 years from now, maybe even 100 years from now, is one of the key things about being an academic, to imagine what a future society will look like. And so then we have this idea of community, particularly the academic community. And academia is really a big family. So I graduated with my PhD from William & Mary, and that computer science department has only produced 163 PhDs in its lifetime. And most academics can trace their academic origin through a tree. And there's even a whole website dedicated to it, and that's where this is generated from. And you can see me in the middle here of this tree, and then my advisor, Gongzo, and then his advisor, John Stankovic, who went to Brown and studied with Dr. Dam, and then all the way up to the first, one of the earliest computer scientists at the University of Toronto. And so there's this great idea of that for academia, it's a family. And then everybody kind of knows everybody in a particular area. And as you get deeper and deeper into that rabbit hole, you'll start reading other people's work, you'll start getting a feel for their thinking, and you'll end up participating in a larger discussion with all of these people. And then there's this notion of conferences, which is a great way for you to hang out with other people in your academic family and meet new people as well. Catch up with old friends, discuss really interesting and new ideas, have dinner together, explore new countries. A lot of these conferences are in different parts of the world. And so you'll be able to go to Switzerland, or Hawaii is a very famous destination for academics. Everybody wants to go to a warm climate when it's cold. And it's a great way to just be involved in a community of people discussing what the future might look like, or what ideas they find interesting or challenging. And so the community aspect of academia is one of the things that's really beautiful. And you'll notice these things too in the hacking community, the ethical hacking community, in that People are always wanting to share information on Twitter or Discord, and they want to share information on YouTube, like John did, and Mobix from before. And so this idea of community is also really prevalent in the general hacker community. And so many of you might be wondering, what does a day in the life of an academic look like? And I like this image of a battery because you start off when you're really young with all this energy. And most academics work on problems for their lifetime. So they stay in academia their entire life. And during that time, they share what they know with students. Some academics can reach thousands of students in their lifetime. And now with online courses and MOOCs, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. For example, Andrew Ning from Stanford has reached hundreds of thousands of people with his machine learning lectures and has sparked a whole set of extreme interest in machine learning. And so the academic career is really a lifelong career. A lot of academics stay in it until they die. And if you get tenure, that's an insurance that you'll have an academic home for the rest of your life. So teaching is normally, people associate academics with teaching and research. And so academics normally teach 1 to 2 classes per semester. And now with the explosion of computer science, these classes could be anywhere from 20 to 200 people. And then a lot of your time is also spent on research. A lot of academics run labs, and they'll hire PhD students from around the world who are interested in working on the problems that they are interested in. And these labs can range in size. Some people have really small labs, like 1 or 2 people. Some people have really large labs, 20, 30 people. And you have to figure out what the right fit for you is there. So if you're an academic with a lab of 10 to 30 people, you're running a small company. You're raising money to keep them fed. You're keeping them engaged and interested in the things that you're working on. You're trying to help them solve problems. And really, at the heart of it, you're trying to create another node in that academic tree, somebody who will be able to pass on the knowledge from this generation to the next. And then the third one is service. You want to serve your community, being your academic community, but also the community around your university home. And there's a lot of bureaucracy in running a university, and so a lot of academics serve on committees where they make decisions about the future of the university. And in some towns where the university is the main institution, it means also the future of the town itself. So if you're, I hope you guys are excited about these ideas of community and freedom. And if you want to pursue this academic path, I think there are 5 things that you really want to consider. So I think the most important thing is going to be choosing a university. And you might have seen things like USA News, but one of the best ones is csrankings.org. And this will show you all the universities ranked by publication. And you can see who's publishing at a particular university, and who has the most papers, who's working on, who's being the most active in the community. And then the second thing you want to do is you want to choose an advisor. And you don't always want to choose an advisor based on number of papers that are being published, but you want to choose an advisor based on the chemistry. You want to ensure that you have good chemistry with your advisor. You want to ensure that this is the person that you're going to be working with for 4 to 7 years. And you want to ensure that you have a good working relationship with that person. And then, as I was mentioning earlier, you want to choose a good problem. You want to choose a problem that people will care about, but you also want to choose a problem that you can solve. And so really choosing the right problem that you can spend a good amount of time on and actually solve is really important. And then for placement, after you've kind of graduated, what does a good PhD student look like? Well, 3 first author papers at top venues, like the 2 I pointed out earlier, that's a really good measure of your capability to be creative and to write and share and participate in this discussion. And then if you're a good student, the market is very good right now, very hot. It's very difficult to hire really good people. At UVA, we're recruiting now. We have 5 open tenure track positions. And we've received a lot of applications that we're going through there. But hiring really good people who meet these requirements of being able to be really good communicators, have this ability to publish at top venues is really challenging. And if you're very good, you're going to have a lot of offers from universities all around the world and all around the US. And so you're going to have to make a decision about accepting that offer. And so this is really key, because this is probably where you're going to be spending a large part of your life. And so going through and visiting that school and looking not only at the faculty, but the students and the community that you're going to be living in is really, really, really key. And so the last thing is that a lot of people will forget, just see this and say, oh, I'll never get in. And I would say, just apply. You can reject the offer if you get it, but there's no harm in applying. And a lot of schools have really inexpensive application fees. And so going ahead and just applying is my number 1 or number 10 recommendation here. So I'm happy to answer questions or talk about the future of other things, but that's it for my 10 things.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Really interesting. How do you think that academics can stay in touch with the needs of, I guess, industry professionals so that they can continue to develop tools like you were talking about, like LLVM?
Yeah, so I have a kind of strange perspective on this. I think industry has, especially now, have a lot of people that are working on the problems they care about. I think as academics, our goal is to think beyond the problems that industry cares about now and try to think, where is it going in the future? There are a lot of schools in the Silicon Valley region where a lot of academics will consult. So for example, Andrew Ning, when he started out at Stanford, people were super excited about machine learning ideas. And then Baidu decided to hire him, and he moved to China and then ran their machine learning division there for a little while. But now he's back in California running his own company called DeepMind. So I think there's a lot of room for, if you want to be in touch with industry, consulting is an amazing way to do that. But a lot of academics will go out and start their own companies on those ideas. But I do think that working on somebody else's problem, which is an industry-driven problem, they're going to say, hey, this is the problem that we're having, and then you're going to have to give up the problem that you care about and focus on the problem that they've given you or are paying you to work on.
That makes sense.
Makes sense. We had another question from one of the listeners. So you mentioned about point 3, freedom of time.
Yes.
Maybe could you explain in a bit kind of more detail how is that different from how freedom of time for an undergraduate is different for your freedom of time as a graduate? Because as a graduate, you still have deadlines. You still have even if you're trying to finish your degree in 7 years, you still have funding, grants, deadlines. How's your freedom of time kind of different? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So for a lot of undergrads, you're taking a class, and in that class, you have a specific problem, homework assignment that you have to solve, and there's a known solution. And so your time is just set going to classes and solving these homework assignments. And in the first year of grad school, you do have grad classes, but in the last 3 years, you're taking no classes at all. Mm-hmm. All you're doing is working with your advisor. So once the first 2 years, sometimes year, depending on the student, is over, then you're going to spend the next 2 years or 5 years working on with your advisor, going into the office, not having any homework assignments, not having not having any structure. And the difference with the assignments, you do an assignment, you give it to a TA, they grade it. When you write a paper, a whole community of, and it goes on the back burner, yes, a whole community reads it. So you get this peer review thing. Other people who care about your work are going to read it, and they're going to judge whether or not it's a valid contribution to the community. And if it's not, they'll reject it. And so there's no, just because you did it and you completed it doesn't mean it's good. And that's the complete different thing with being an undergrad, where you do it, it runs, it compiles, great. If you're an academic, you could work on a paper for 2 years and you write it and you submit it, and the community looks at it and they say, this is not novel. We do not care about this. This is invalid. And you've lost 2 years of your life. So you don't have classes. That's the freedom of time. But you're still judged.
That makes sense.
It's quite daunting.
Yeah, it does. It can be overwhelming sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
What are the?
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, what are the kind of the biggest kind of rewarding aspects of academia for you?
Yeah, I think one of the really great things about being an academic is when you see your students really thrive. Because a lot of times, people are new to an area and they're thinking about a concept, and if you explain it really well, I met a young teacher, and she said, nothing is difficult if it's explained well. And then when a student gets that, that's a beautiful thing. But what I find most amazing is when students create something that didn't exist before. When you can see that notion of human knowledge being pushed forward because somebody said, oh, hey, check out this really new thought. I can't imagine how Peter Shor's advisor must have felt when he was like, oh, here's the Shor's factoring algorithm. It's like, whoa, that's amazing. And I think one of the most rewarding things for me is when I meet students that are so intelligent, like more intelligent than I am. And I think, oh my gosh, these guys are going to change the world. So I love seeing that. I love seeing creativity kind of blossom. I think that's really rewarding. Yeah.
You kind of touched on this a little bit before, but there's this question, are there any problems you put on the back burner because technology wasn't available yet?
That's a good question. When I was a grad student, I was working on sensing. And this was before these headsets had come out, where you could do really interesting sensing of mapping a room. And so we were exploring how we could enhance the sensing capabilities of a phone. And so we built a sonar system for the phone, so we could kind of send out these beacons and start mapping the area. And we thought, oh, that's one way that we could start doing this. But ideally, what we wanted to do was build these maps of the area, and then you could do things like AR, where you place things in an environment. And now Apple has come out with some really amazing technology solutions for kind of putting things and mapping the area. And so I wish I'd had that back in the day, when I was working on those solutions.
Do you feel like you got scooped by Apple?
No, I yes, in a little way, yes, in some ways, but they have bigger teams, so
And
I
more
don't feel
funding.
too bad. But let me think of some other ideas that I've kind of put on the back burner because technology wasn't available yet. That's a good question. I'll have to think about that one a little bit more.
What are some like cybersecurity related projects that you are working on or worked on recently? What are?
Yeah, so I've been spending a lot of my time writing a book. So I've been the book that you mentioned, I've been working on that for the last 3 years, and my goal there was to make it so simple, but detailed. So there are so many topics in cybersecurity, and the path is really hard to kind of figure out, well, how do you go from one topic to the next? And then how do you build the fundamentals? How do you discuss the fundamentals of cryptography? How do you discuss the fundamentals of networking? And then how do you show how you can combine those things to build a ransomware server and ransomware clients? How do you build from the ground up a reverse shell? How do you build from the ground up a botnet? So that's what I've been spending my time on there. For time that I want to spend in the future, I think that one of the big areas for innovation is automated red teaming.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, a lot of red teams are human-based. So a human will go in, they'll have a bunch of tools, and they'll attack some machine. But I think there are opportunities for automating that, where you can have automated tools perform these attacks. And a lot of people have been working on these ideas. There are fuzzers, which are things that generate random input to try and crash a program and identify a vulnerability. And there are machine learning fuzzers. One uses a GANs, generative adversarial network. And those networks are the networks that you've seen that create faces of people who don't exist. And so you can use those to drive fuzzers. And so people have been exploring, those. So I think that's an interesting area. The other area that people have been finding really interesting is that if you give machine learning algorithms strange input, they'll crash. And so people have been exploring how to hack machine learning algorithms by tricking them into misclassifying particular things. So I think that's super interesting. Things that I don't think we'll solve for the next 30 or 40 years, quantum computing. Maybe some secret, 3-letter agency has already cracked this, but I think scalable quantum machines are going to take us a lot longer than we think we're going to, than we know. So those are kind of 3 things. For kind of a low level thing, like if you're a new grad student just starting out, I think the adversarial machine learning examples are pretty good. Lattice-based cryptography and zero knowledge proofs. I don't work on this area in particular, but there is a new PhD or a new faculty member. His name is David Wu, and he's really good at this stuff. And the idea here is, if we do have quantum computers in the future, how do we make cryptography that's quantum proof, that these quantum machines can't break? And so those are pretty interesting ideas. I'm very anti-cryptocurrency. I know this is not a popular idea, but I don't think those are good for our society. And I'm very anti-metaverse. I think metaverse is very bad.
So I just wanted to remind everyone that if you're interested in buying Dr. Graham's book, Ethical Hacking, I believe we have a coupon code from No Starch Press. I think it's MetaCTF 21 that'll get you 25% off any books from their website. So go and check out his book. Also, are you accepting new students?
No, I'm not. So right now I'm just focusing on teaching. So my role here at UVA is mostly a teaching role. My goal is to get to 1,000 students. I want to touch 1,000 students.
How many do you have so far?
I have 600 and something.
Oh, you're getting close.
Yeah, our classes are massive now. So 1,000 students is my goal. And I think that's a good kind of goal. So I can plug some stuff about the book if you want.
Yeah, love to hear more.
So I walked in on some people actually doing the CTF, and one of the challenges was there was a base64 encoded stream, and I looked at it and I said, "Oh yeah, that's base64 encoded." And they go, "Oh whoa, how did you know that?" I was like, "Buy my book." And so we talk about a lot of things there. One of the things that we also do is we build a rootkit, and so that's kind of a fun, deep example there. I also think there's a lot of room for research on SCADA systems. So these are the systems that control chemical plants or water plants, industrial systems. I think there's a lot of opportunity for researching programmable logic controllers, PLCs, and vulnerabilities there. There are definitely some of those have been presented at conferences before, but I think ideas around virtualized PLCs are things that I think might be an interesting thing. So I know that you're at Cornell, right? What are you researching there? Have you started?
Yes, I'm a third-year PhD student. Right now, I'm researching detecting password guessing attacks in login systems. So we're specifically focusing on like password derived measurements that are privacy preserving and will give us information about whether an attack might be credential stuffing or credential tweaking. So we've done a measurement study by instrumenting the Cornell web login system, and we're also working on making some classifiers to flag login traffic as malicious or benign, and then hopefully group them together as campaigns and also kind of flag the attack type. So working on that now. I am definitely hoping to go into academia as a professor.
Great.
So hopefully one day.
Yeah, that would be awesome. One of the so there was a new faculty member at UVA. She did her undergrad at UVA just like you did, and then she went on to Princeton, and she actually discovered an attack called Raptor, which is a BGP attack against Tor for de-anonymizing Tor traffic, and she wrote a paper about it, and now she's on faculty, and it's a really kind of groundbreaking paper. It's really good.
That's great.
Very impressive.
When I was an undergrad at UVA, the department chair told me that if I ever went and got my PhD, I could come back and teach. So hopefully he'll, hold to that promise.
Yes.
But I love UVA. I think the faculty there are really great. The program's really great. And with all these new people coming in, hopefully it'll be even more great.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, we had a new faculty member that discovered a hardware vulnerability and has filed a CVE recently. And so, yeah, the cyber group is growing tremendously. It's kind of amazing to see. Does anybody out there on the call have any questions? Just give them a second.
Let's see. I think there were a few questions, but they already asked most of them.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like there was anything new.
Yeah. I think CTFs are a kind of fun way to kind of learn about, start to get into hacking. Also, the recordings for those conferences are online too, so you can always watch and kind of get involved there.
Are there any conferences you recommend watching back on?
I like watching Black Hat conferences because I just like the culture.
Okay.
But Usenik's papers tend to be too high level, but Black Hat has, I think they have some really good videos, so that's a really good way to kind of get engaged. I think doing CTFs like yours, the DEF CON CTF is also super competitive, and that's a good one to kind of compete in. But yeah.
Sorry. Are there any links or any specific videos you want us to kind of share that you really enjoy? Maybe after the call, I can share them in the Discord.
Yes. Somebody was asking, do I have any lectures online? I do have lectures online, but they're for how to build mobile apps in React Native. So I will put some lectures online when I teach network security this year. I'll have to decide which ones, but I will. That's a great question, Steve. And I will, yes. So I think sharing things more widely is good because then I can increase that number up to 1,000 a lot faster. The React Native videos do really well. One of them is how to do machine learning in React Native, and that one has 10,000 views. I didn't know that many people cared about that. So that's
a really interesting concept.
Yeah.
Machine learning in React. Yeah. Sounds good. Well, thank you for joining us today. It was,
this is the bonus.
Nice your presentation.
Okay.
But
yeah, it was great. Good to hang out with you guys. Enjoy your competition and good luck to the teams. Best of luck to our new UVA team. I noticed that we're not up in there in the rankings yet, but I'm sure next year.
Thank you so much.
All right. See you guys.
All right. So I think next we have our second mini game, right?
Yep. And I think some people mentioned something in the chat about something they saw, and I'm realizing that I didn't put it into the platform.
This keeps happening.
It keeps happening. Yep. Okay.
Okay, so do you want to post the link to the second minigame?
Yep, I'm going to post in Discord first, and then let's see if I have it. Okay, here's the link.
It looks like I don't actually have permissions to present, so maybe you can present again.
Okay, will do. If it works, let me know.
If what works?
I don't know.
Well,
Here is the link. Here it's in the chat.
and then after the next mini games, I think we'll have about a 15-minute break before our next talk at 3 p.m. Eastern with Jason Downey from Red Siege.
Mm-hmm. Let me share my screen. Doesn't seem to work still. Okay.
I'm working on it. You didn't put .star. Also, you may or may not have.
I think I did put a .star.
No, you didn't.
There's a regular expression back there. Okay. So we have, it says 40 players, but at the bottom it says 54. I don't know which one is the right number. So let's see. So I think I'm starting to realize that somebody pressing those emojis, that was probably a bot, because there's no way you pressed it like 60,000 times. Okay, I'll start it in, let's do 30 seconds. No. There might have been a typo somewhere. Okay, I think we're ready. So this set is supposed to be slightly easier. Instead of 15 seconds, you now have 20 seconds to answer each question. And you can get anywhere from 25 to 100 points for the correct response, depending on how fast you reply. So here we go. That doesn't look right. Oh, I have to press start quiz. Okay. What does the abbreviation CERT stand for? And I'll hide our cameras. Nice. That's right. Somebody did say Kaysen. So we'll see. All right, next question. This is one of the harder ones. Once again, the correct answer has the lowest number of replies. So for those of you who haven't done anything with binary exploitation or assembly before, registers are essentially memory right directly on the CPU. And Intel i7 is a special processor. Oh, we had a really big jump. Question number 3. This one hopefully should be easy. I did not expect that. but I guess a lot of people don't really use AWS as much, or I think CloudTrail is not usually enabled by default for some specific things, so you might have to pay for it. So maybe that's why. But it is a really cool tool. You can see a lot of activity, in your AWS account or an organization. It's really useful. All right. So next question. So for this one, you have to figure out what is the format of the hash. I guess the type of the hash, the format. Nice. And once again, if you have any questions, feel free to. So since these are not related to the actual competition, you're more than welcome to discuss them in the public Discord channels. All right, next question. Oh, close. Interestingly enough, the person in second place didn't answer this question right, but they still pretty much stayed in the same place. I wonder if there's anyone who answered all of the questions right. Okay, 5 more questions. So there's a question on YouTube to get points if you're in the last place. So this trivia game has no impact on your actual score in the competition, but if you do place in the top 3, you will get swag mailed to you, and you'll probably get some extra prize. And we might do another raffle for people who are really active in the game. Oh, no one in the top 4 answered it. This one should be interesting. Nice. Three more to go. Usually in our competitions, I mean, we definitely include some binary exploitation challenges, but I think at CyberGames 2021, we definitely increase the proportion, because a lot of people in the past have requested those kinds of questions. And all of the questions will remain up from CyberGames. They will remain up online for at least some time. So you can go back and take a look if you want to learn and answer those questions again. Nice. But I feel like there should have been more correct answers here. But it's okay. Last one. Nice job, everyone. So let's see who the winners are. And so in first place, we have Robin, and then we have Jay, and then we have V, the skull. Thank you, everyone. So our next talk will start in a few minutes.
Yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a snack break. And then next we have Jason Downey, who will be speaking about 6 things that no one told him about pen testing. So make sure you come back for that.
And Red Siege is one of our sponsors and big supporters. And they've, I think if you join their community and a place at the top, you'll be able to win a challenge coin from them. So you should definitely check out their Discord community, their Twitter. Their CEO, Tim, a few years ago published an article on Kerber roasting, I think, which is pretty well known. They're an amazing community. Cool. So we'll probably turn off the stream for a few minutes, and then continue. There is no bonus game, unfortunately. One of the hardest part about bonus flags is, well, first of all, thinking what they are, and secondly, is not forgetting to put them into the platform.
We'll probably get you on after the next talk.
Yep.
Probably. Okay, we'll be back a few minutes before 3 p.m. Eastern.
Sounds good. Let me put some Hello, everyone. How are you, Jason? So I don't think we can actually hear you. Let me see. Let me make sure it's not my audio.
How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I got to turn the headset on. Is my screen glitching for you all?
It is.
Ugh, all right. You maybe it's my camera. You want to show, I guess, my PowerPoint screen to see if
Sure.
that stays okay. If that's the important part.
Yeah. Well, and we'll hide your camera when we're ready.
Okay.
But we still have a few minutes before the talk, so I think people will join in a few minutes.
Okay.
But what are some of interesting things that you're working on right now? Is it mostly just penetration testing, same thing every day, or?
Yeah. So we're full-time pen testers at Red Siege. It's like once every 5 or 6 weeks or so. There's some dev time where we work on some side projects or build up some infrastructure. But yeah, pretty much our 9 to 5 is we're green text on black background. We're in it.
That makes sense. I'm trying to. What if you try turning your camera off and on and off again?
Yeah, let me try that.
It might have to do with the quality setting. I don't know. So I think the camera is better, but we can't hear you anymore.
Yeah, it looks better to me. Doesn't seem to be glitching anymore.
All right, check 1, 2.
Yep.
There we go.
Here you go.
Do all that time in tech, and it's the simple things that always bring us down,
Every time.
Uh-huh.
I mean, every time I look at my phone, I still have to, figure out where every button is and everything.
Yeah.
Don't use it as much as computers.
Yeah. You're a little younger, and these might be before your time, but we had the Nokia keypads where it's you could look away and had a physical button. So you're in class, you're under your desk, and you could, 3 times on a 2 is C, right? Like that. Man, I don't miss that.
It's much harder to be discreet with Face ID. Back when iPhone had the Touch ID, I could just, put my thumbprint and the phone wouldn't have to be facing me. But now, if I want to be discreet, I have to angle my head so that it's able to recognize.
Accidentally drop your pencil and look at your phone on the ground. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's actually pretty interesting because the I started noticing at Best Buy and some other stores, they started selling those flip phones and button phones once again. And I'm not that young, so I still remember using the phone and having text people with buttons. But my parents recently bought a $30 phone for my siblings. Apparently they're back in.
Well, yeah, I mean there was always, I guess, when the first iPhones came out, that rush for smartphones, people were still no, I don't want those notifications, I want my dumb phone, so you get on Amazon and buy a $200 just flip phone because that's what some people wanted. But yeah, I mean I get it.
Makes sense. Let's post something in the Discord server.
Sure.
I like your shirt. I actually I have one just like it that I got, I think, from Wild West. But y'all make the best women's cut t-shirts. So many security companies give out t-shirts but don't have the women's cut, and y'all make the best t-shirts.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, yes. Send Jaycon that love, right? Because I know we're getting ready to do some more t-shirts. So let them know what you like, and we'll give you some extras. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I feel a lot of places cop out with the unisex cut, right? Let's get a good women's cut, and that's inclusivity, all that jazz. I'm with that.
I'm really hoping that we'll be back in person for next year's Wild West because I really missed that this past year. I didn't go to the one in Utah. I think Roman did, but we usually all go to the one in Deadwood to run the CTF there.
Yep, very cool. Yeah, I'm ready to get back in person and see each other and high fives, and maybe not quite hug status yet, but we can get some high fives.
Yeah. Where are you based?
Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay. Okay. So at Red Siege, do you have like pen testers like all over the country?
Yeah, so I mean we're a full remote company. Like I think maybe two of us accidentally live in the same state, but the rest of us are everywhere. I mean, North Dakota, Florida, everywhere in between. And yeah, I mean there's really no need for an office for what we do, because it's either A, sitting in front of a console at our workstations, or occasionally it's like an on-site type deal.
And how did you get into pen testing? Or maybe you'll talk about it later in the talk, but if not, how did you get into pen testing?
I kind of just, I guess like most folks, like I remember being kind of a kid and like, I wonder how that works, right? And kind of taking it apart. And then like the movie Hackers came out in like, 95 or something, so I'm like 10 years old. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. And yeah, I never really like grew out of that. And then, in like my mid 20s, I found out it was actually a real job. I'm like, oh, we're gonna do that. So that's the progression.
It's nice to have like a, ethical, productive outlet for the stuff you see in hacking shows.
It's like, I can break into companies and there's no risk of going to jail as long as I stay within our agreement. I'm good with that.
Yeah. Do you do any physical pen testing?
I have not. I've only been with Red Siege about a year and 2 months, and it's been COVID the entire time. So, no we're on site. But once the world kind of opens back up a little bit, yeah, we'll get back to doing some of those. Yeah,
that's like the really scary stuff to me. Like if I did pen testing, like I'd be worried about getting arrested or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Although like I'm kind of like looking forward to doing that. Like I really enjoy like the social engineering aspects of it, and like making phone calls, and like I win every time. So I can't wait to like look at someone in the face and be like, yes, I work here, and they'd be like, yes, you do, and then you just go in together.
But what happens when you get caught?
So ideally, right, it's like you carry like a letter in your pocket kind of deal. Like, hey, here's my letter. I'm hired to work here. Here's a number that you call at your own company that can verify this. So, or ideally, you have a fake letter first. That's like your coworker. They give the fake letter, so you still haven't got caught. And then like, okay, here's the actual real letter. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, people could, fake a letter if they were actually trying to get into this place.
Oh yeah.
It could be a good strategy. I don't know if people have actually tried it before.
I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Well, I guess I think most of the people are here, so we can probably do more like a formal introduction.
Right.
So Jason is a penetration tester for Red Siege. Is it Red Siege like information security, or is it just Red Siege?
Just Red Siege.
Just Red Siege?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Red Siege, you also do a lot of your own streams. You also do a lot of your own webcasts. So you have a pretty active YouTube channel. So we can maybe share a link for that. But yeah, I'll leave it here.
Cool. All right. So for my screen share, I've got my other monitor. Do you toggle that over for me? Is that how that works?
Yep.
Yeah,
I can do this.
You're the champ. There it is.
Sounds good. Well, thank you for joining us today.
All right. I'm assuming everybody can hear me okay. If not, throw something in a chat. I've got my multiple monitors, so if you see me going back and forth, like I'm trying to keep up and like also see what I'm seeing, I kind of get in a habit of talking a little fast. So if that happens, definitely let me know and I'll try to slow it back down. But yeah, my name is Jason Downey. I'm a pen tester at Red Siege, and this is the 6 things that no one told me about pen testing. Oh, 5 months. Yeah, just a quick self plug. If you are looking for pen testing services, Zoom breaches, web apps, whatever, we do all kinds of cool stuff. Just reach out to us, and we'd love to get you taken care of. Quick about me. I am a consultant at Red Siege. I started in IT roughly 2006. I started in as help desk, and then moved to network administration. Then kind of switched into network security in 2017. and then full-time pen testing in 2020. I did get a master's in computer science along that way, and then I got some extra certifications sort of as I went along. And this is actually the last picture I have of me in any kind of professional attire. That's why I've included that here. And then if you want to keep up with me, you can catch me on Twitter at Hack and Backpack. On kind of a personal level, I'm way taller on the internet. I stand about 5'6". I'm kind of a vagabond, like I'm on the road all the time when COVID allows. I'm a Muay Thai fighter. I hate cold weather. I love ice cream. I enjoy motorcycles, chess, and if you haven't picked up by yet, I'm kind of a goofball. So by all means, I'm a very real person. If you have any questions or advice or whatever, please reach out to me, and I would love to answer those for you. So yeah, I guess sort of the first note, I want to talk about why I decided to do a presentation like this. And the big part is, breaking into InfoSec in a lot of ways is difficult, and specifically being a pen tester. There's a lot to navigate as far as like, what do I learn? How do I learn it? Where do I go? And after pen testing for a year or so, looking back, I know that there's a lot of hurdles that I could have overcame quicker if somebody had looked me in the face and just told me certain things, or maybe they had told me and I just wasn't listening. It could go either way. But yeah, so number one, if there's something that I really want to iterate first, it's that when you start pen testing, you are going to suck, and you're going to suck a lot. For the vast majority of folks, pen testing is not an entry-level position. Yeah, there are some, that high school, a couple years of college or whatever, and they learn the skills on their own, and they blow right into the industry, and they do great. But for the vast majority of us, it's not. Like, a lot of us come from other positions. I was a network administrator that then started securing networks and then switched to network security. In a lot of ways, like, I was very senior when it came to sort of the network security aspect, on the defender side. But then I became a junior pen tester, so I had to learn how to suck at my job all over again. Because what you learn in other positions, as far as like making things like a sysadmin, making things like a coder, making things like a policy person, as a pen tester, you break them. And that's a very different mentality and a completely different skill set. So you got to relearn to suck again, and that's okay. And really, the prime example of that is, I know I talked about being shorter, and other Red Siege employees are all like 6'5", and I'm 5'6". So this is an actual photo of what we do look like together. But when I got hired into Red Siege, I was the third pen tester, fourth pen tester, including, I guess, Tim, our founder. And Tim, if you don't know who Tim Medine is, he literally invented Kerber roasting. He's a industry giant. Our principal engineer, his name is Mike Saunders. He was an industry giant. And then there was me, right? Well, there's Corey, who's also there for a while, but then there was me, right? And I'm like brand new, trying to figure it out. And I'm literally just a kid standing among giants, and I had to get used to that. Luckily, I have a team that, has been very good about, mentoring me up, and I've learned along the way, and it's been really cool growth. But it wasn't always cool. Sometimes it was pretty tough. A lot of times, if you haven't heard, as pen testers, like, we do documentation. And, it's like maybe my third month or so, and I had thought I had it down, and I turned in, my presentation. Everything was looking good. I was feeling good. And dude, it came back and they tore me to pieces. And I was so proud, and then I just lost it. This was how it was, right? And really, like, you kind of look through these comments, there's, the middle one here is like full of typos and errors, and I'm talking about, encryption. It was actually unencrypted. And part of this was just my learning process. And then of course, like the comment here is actually Mike, who just said dude, next to my report. And I'm like, oh, I should definitely fix that. Because it's just a pretty obvious mess up. I still hadn't learned, I guess, how to do the reporting process properly. So, I was pretty beat down, for maybe 3 to 6 months in, and yes, this is kind of a joke. Like, are you good enough to have imposter syndrome? But for those who don't know what imposter syndrome is, it's like you're questioning. It's like, do you deserve to be here? Like, you are an imposter, and it's something that happens pretty rampant in our industry, right? Because there is number one, it's an ever moving goalpost. So there's always something new to learn. So you can be on top of your game in 2020 and then way behind in 2025. And so we get caught up like, oh, we're not good enough. Oh, we can't keep up. Oh, we don't know everything, but it's impossible to know everything. But fact of the matter is, I promise that if you are sitting in a job where you are pen testing, or if you're working, in a security operations center, or if you're even on that help desk and you've earned that role and you are doing your job, you deserve to be there. So by all means, if you're struggling to get in, or you just started and you haven't got it yet, you deserve to be here. And for this real quick, and I'm going to show you an example of why, so I talked about being a couple months in, as a penetration tester, right? And so in the consultant world, how we do it is we're hired by a third-party client, and we maybe have like, a 5-day engagement or a 10-day engagement. And for my first 3 months, I was doing external penetration tests only, where it's like I'm starting from an outside spot and I'm hitting their internet facing stuff, and I'm getting the hang of it, right? And so finally they say, hey, Jason, you're doing great. We're going to put you on an internal penetration test. And so it's my first day, my first internal. Of course, I'd done my reading and my studying, I'd labbed in the past, and I run my Nmap, and this result that I'm showing on my screen comes back. So keep in mind, like, this is not actually the screenshot of the client system, because we don't do that. This is a screenshot of, I found it on Google, right? But for those that don't know, this is this vulnerability came out in 2017. Remote code execution, which basically means that I can run code on a machine that I am remote from. Long story short, this is Eternal Blue. It was sort of the culprit behind WannaCry ransomware. This literally ransacked millions of machines, in 2017. So like if you're not familiar with this, at least do some Googling on your downtime and learn about MS-17 and where it came from and all that jazz. It's an interesting story. But anyhow, boom, I've done this scan. It's vulnerable. I can't believe it. So I pull up Metasploit. I'm running Metasploit, and hey, the module there works, and I've got access to this box, and I'm an admin on it, and I'm doing great. 2 hours into my first penetration test. And not just that, but this happens to also be their domain controller. So I'm 2.5 hours, 3 hours in, and I have domain admin on my first ever penetration test. This right here, this imposter syndrome, do I belong? All goes away. I'm on cloud 9 for like 10 days straight. And even though like this was not some crazy hacking skill, right? It was Nmap, and it was a module built into Metasploit. I'm a domain admin. I feel great. Because really, like, it kind of goes to show that there's always problems out there, right? And there's always problems that even me being very junior, that I can still find. And it just so happens that on this box for this company, they turned off patching on it. And like, it's obviously somewhere in 2017. And a year ago, it was still vulnerable to it. And boom, I got to pop it. And I added value as a new person, because now they know that they need to do some better asset management. They need to they need to have patch policy on all their systems. If you've seen other pen testing talks before, we talk about some easy wins. And one of the things that people seem to do for whatever reason is they compare the season and the year. I say compare, they put them together. So like right now, fall 2021. And because seasons rotate every 90 days and password policies a lot of times are every 90 days, People rotate fall 2021, spring 2022, summer 2022, fall 22, et cetera, right? And they add, an exclamation point to the end because their password policy requires it. And we have wins with this all the time. So, on November 28th, this was just last week, I'm doing an external test. And, I've got a list of usernames that I found on the internet. I do a password spray of fall 2021 with an exclamation point, and I log in. I've got access to their internal network via VPN because somebody had a weak password set up. So I belong here. As a new person, you belong here. You're going to suck, but you're going to have these wins, even these low-level wins, because not everybody is, I guess in a sense, like has a great, defense setup. So you belong here. Keep up the good work. Number 2, for every cool story that you hear somebody tell, there are hours and hours of boring. I know I just kind of gave like a quick example of how I got domain admin in like 4 hours. And it's not like that all the time. And for a good chunk of it, like I blame 90s movies. I mean, yeah, the movie Hackers came out and I was like, holy crap, like I would love to be Dade Murphy when I grow up. Of course we've got, the Matrix and Morgan, and like there's all these cool interfaces, they're flying through, digital towers, and they spin around them. And dude, that's not what hacking is. I have one monitor 99% of the time is green text on black background, and my other monitor is like Google. And I'm looking at something and I'm trying to figure it out, and then I'm Googling it and I'm reading the results and I'm checking Stack Overflow, then I'm coming back and I'm starting to scan. And while that's going, like I'm on GitHub looking for some other code. That's all the kind of like the boring stuff that you don't hear about, and I think we don't do a very good job as an industry being honest about what that part is. You hear the term a lot of times that, pen testing is sexy, popping shells is sexy, it's just so cool. And it really is. It's a great feeling. But we need to do a better job of talking about that sort of hard work beforehand. We need to talk about that, yes, I was able to pop that really cool shell, but at the end of the day, it was the 20 hours that I spent, tweaking some code that I found on the internet to make it work that sold that, right? Like we got to be really honest. It's sort of like a prime example of this. I know probably a lot of people don't know who this is. This guy's name is Mike Saunders. And Mike Saunders is the principal consultant at Red Siege. In the same way that like I give entry-level talks sort of like this, Mike talks about some really cool technical stuff. Mike is smart. I learn something new from Mike every day. But Mike and I were working on a test together, and it's what we refer to as a red team. And in a red team engagement is not a traditional pen test. A red team engagement, like we're trying to fly around without getting caught, and so Mike is, you're doing some different malware stuff and, throwing payloads and doing whatever and lots of really advanced stuff. And I'm just sort of shadowing him, right? And we're doing this test, we're 2 weeks in and we've kind of got nowhere. And so I'm like, well, hey, you know what? Like I'm gonna pick up the phone and I'm gonna start making some random phone calls again and kind of see what I can do. And I find the number for their help desk. I call her help desk. I pretend to be a user. And 17 minutes after I start doing calls, is, hey, oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, we're just going to go ahead and reset your password. That's cool. Don't worry about it. I now have, where a help desk assumed that I was who I was pretending to be, has reset my password. And guess what? We're in. We've now jumped to the next stage of the test. And for me, that makes for a really cool 20-minute social engineering story. But what you don't hear about is the 2 weeks where Mike was like frustrated and like rolling his face across his keyboard every day because he couldn't get anywhere. Like that's the real side of pen testing that we don't talk about a lot. That struggle is real, but it's a constant game that you got to learn, you got to keep up with. And some days you just lose, and well, that's okay. So number 3, reporting is important and writing it doesn't have to be awful. If you've seen, you know, pen testers talk before, you know, there's a whole lot of talking about reporting and how it's like, oh, it's just so painful. Oh, reporting makes me want to quit the industry. Oh, I can't stand writing what I'm talking about. It doesn't have to be that way. And then more importantly, you have to be good at reporting. BB King actually does a really cool talk. It's called Hack for Show and Report for Dough. And if there's one thing that if there's one note that you take away from my presentation and you're interested in being a pen tester, go watch this talk. And BB does a very excellent job talking about what a good report looks like, what to include, like, well, what's a valuable screenshot, you know, what sort of things do clients look for, how to weigh it all, how to present it. Because at the end of the day, if we can do all these cool things and you know we've got this cool hack and we find all this cool stuff, but we can't communicate that to our client, there's no value to them. You know, we exist as pen testers in order to make, you know, the defensive side better. So if they, you know, like I said, and I'm a consultant, like I'm hired outside from a company. If you're working internal, your client is, you know, a business unit that's writing a web app or a group of coders or, you know, what might have you. If you can't give a report saying what you did, what you found, and ways that they can remediate it, then what value are you actually providing? I mean, yeah, like I can hack and I can pop cool stuff and I can turn to my teammates and be like, hey, look what I did. But there's no value for the client. So learn to report, learn to write. It's very key. And there's one tip that I have. It's to write your report as you go. And this can also apply to, I know a lot of you guys are actively working through, you know, the MetaCTF challenge for this weekend. And I would highly advise you, if you're working on these CTFs, is to do a write-up, you know, do a full write-up afterwards. But be sure that you're taking your notes as you go. Because in the real world, if you don't put what you did in the report to the client, it never happened. And I mean this in kind of a couple different ways. I have been on tests where, let's say it's a Monday through Friday tests. On Tuesday, I found something. It's, you know, an outdated version of SQL, or, you know, the password policy is weak, or there's an issue with a web app, whatever you want to call it. And I've screenshotted it. I've written to the report. And then for whatever reason on Thursday, I've like gone back to that box to like revisit something. And that vulnerability that I found originally isn't there. Like, wait a minute. They've made a change to their environment in the middle of the test. And I know that means that when it comes to the debrief and I show it to them, they're going to be like, oh, no, you didn't find that. But I did. And it's there, right? I have my proof. I grabbed my screenshot. So that's one way, right? And another way is, you know, what if you hack away on somebody for a week or so and you don't find anything significant? Like, what do you show your client? You know, what do you show that business unit? Do you hand them a blank report and just say, hey, hacking was really fun for a week. Have a good day? Well, no, you know, you should show your methodology. Hey, I tried this. Hey, you blocked it. Good job. Hey, I tried this as well. I password sprayed. Hey, but your password policy is great, or this multi-factor enabled. Good job. You know, that way you're still showing them some value. So you got to capture all that. So in the same way, like you're writing CTF, and I see that they give out rewards for the best write-ups. They just put that in YouTube. That's awesome. I think it's a really cool incentive. So work on that. You know, learn to you know, practice your report writing. And if you need some examples, quick self-plug, you can go to redsiege.com/sample. And you know, I think they're throwing links in chat for me, right? But if you go to redsiege.com/sample, this is an example of what our reports look like. We have an executive summary. You know, we have, you know, sample findings, and definitely go look at these. And you feel free to take parts of these and add them to, whatever it is that you're practicing writing up. So if you're going to do a write-up from MetaCTF, change our executive summary. Hey, this is what I worked on MetaCTF in this day and age, and this is what I found. And then instead of a finding, like, you can put your flags here. Hey, this is finding 01, flag found in web, whatever. And show a screenshot. Show what you observed. Give a description. And that way you can get some real practice. That way, when you become a pen tester, you're already up to speed in ways that I wasn't when I first started. And even though I just kind of gave a quick Red Siege plug, there's a GitHub here where Julio has basically 40 or 50 different pen test reports from different companies, and he's posted them all up here. So you can go check those out and see different companies, and this is a great resource. And we talk about like breaking into the industry. So when I was actively applying for pen test roles, I did a write up on the retired Sunday box from Hack the Box. And so when I would meet somebody and hand them my resume and a cover letter, I would also include this write up. The part that I messed up on was I should have had somebody like proofread it before I was handing it out. Hindsight's 2020. But this will give you a leg up. If you're in an interview with another fresh college grad, you have no experience, you've just labbed, and you're already showing that you're a great writer, that's one less thing that they have to worry about. Because at the end of the day, remember, we're hacking for show, but we're reporting for dough, like BB King said. If we can't write a good report, there's no value to our clients. So pro tip, start writing some reports, whether it's on CTFs or whatever, and have something in hand to show to an interviewer, that you can write. Practice it, put it to work. All right, number 4. The real world is filled to the brim with Active Directory. And when I started, right, like I played CTFs in the same way that Meta's got stuff set up. I was on RootMe, and I did Hack the Box, and I did VulnHub and virtual hacking labs, and I did a lot of these things. I still do them today, right? Like, it's still good practice, but the way that a lot of these machines are set up is they're boot to root, in a way that everything that you need to get all of your flags is on one machine. And that's not how the real world is set up. And don't get me wrong, like, even since I made this slide, a couple months ago when I first gave this presentation, there's been huge jumps in how a lot of these training platforms are starting to implement, network style attacks. So I'm not knocking these people by any means, but your learning can't stop with a boot to root, style virtual machine. And this is the only completely boring bullet slide that I have in the entire presentation. But I wanted to specifically point these out, so in addition to, being able to, run Nmap against a box and see something's out of date and then find a CV for it and run that exploit, there's a whole lot more that comes in handy when doing a pen test. So the first thing that you can do or should do is build out a lab with Active Directory and add some basic services. You can go, if you Google around, you can find development editions of Windows that give you 90-day trials. And set up a lab, enable Active Directory, create some accounts, enable SMB, give them bad passwords, and then throw like a Kali Linux box on the same network and run Responder, run Impacket, Bloodhound, Power Up, go find these tools on GitHub. They're all free, and then run them in your environment and see what comes back. Kerberoast, I didn't put Kerberoast on this just because my boss invented it, but this is one of the ways that we win. We're grabbing tickets and we're cracking hashes and we're doing whatever. That's a very common way that we win in pen tests, and you have to learn how to do that stuff. Learn about, command and control frameworks. if you read about different ransomware attacks, they talk about command and control. Know what that means. You can Google some open source command and control frameworks and play with them. Put them on your network, see what happens. Learn your networking fundamentals. Yeah, IP addresses are important, but understand a TCP handshake. How does it work? Learn different common ports. You don't need to subnet like in your head as quick as you can, but if a client gives you a /11 network and says don't go outside of this network, you have to learn what that is. Or otherwise you're going to go out of scope. I talked about an easy win earlier. Learn password spraying, learn password cracking, learn credential stuffing. That's a way that I won, in that example I gave before, that fall 2021 against an external. Don't actually spray against some kind of business, right? Like set up a lab, spray against that. See what it does. What's the defender going to see? How can you check those logs? What are ways that you can divert traffic through things like Amazon, etc.? Read about all that. That's stuff that we use every day. And lastly, your reconnaissance. And so this is something that you can do against a live company. All this other stuff, spraying and command control, do not send packets to a company that you do not have permission to send packets to. But reconnaissance is all open source. And if I get hired to do an external assessment, the first day is almost all reconnaissance, where I'm Googling the company, I'm on LinkedIn. A very common thing that I do is I find some sort of email address format, that'll have like first name dot last name, at company domain. And then I'll go on LinkedIn, I'll find all of their, everybody that says that they work there. And then now I have a user list that I can password spray with. And that's something that you can practice doing on your own, and you can build a methodology against anybody. And you get that down, and that puts you one step up. You're already good at reconnaissance, and you've done that in the world. And that's something that you can't exactly lab, but you can actually do and not break any laws because you're not sending a packet. So practice that, get good at that. Reconnaissance is key in any sort of pen testing engagement. So number 5 is you have a time limit. And I know like sort of weekend competitions like Meta's doing this weekend, right? It's like there's a time limit for your entry and to when you could turn in your last flag. But in the real world, we have time limits as well. Me being an outside consultant, I'm hired for X amount of days. And I know that in my X amount of days, I have to have everything that I need to do done. Or if you're on an internal pen test, or I'm sorry, if you're internal pen tester for a company, that business unit, we have to have this app out September 1st. So it needs to be pen tested, at some point, in August or whatever, right? Like you have that time frame to work in. And so what that kind of does is it forces us to act efficiently. But we know that we can't always cover everything, in sort of a limited time frame. Train of thought. Yeah. So what sort of makes a good pen tester is the length of time that it takes us to become an expert against our client's network or our client's application. So we start focusing on that reconnaissance, like not just with people, but how does reconnaissance look as a network? Your first day, you're looking around, you're figuring stuff out. What does that box do? Is that a domain controller? Oh, that's got SQL. Is that a data warehouse? What kind of company is this? What would be in that SQL database? How does all this stuff talk together? You got to learn to make yourself an expert in whatever you're attacking. If it's a web app, like, oh, what privileges is a user supposed to have? What privileges would an admin have? Can I try to execute admin privileges, with a user account, et cetera, et cetera? Become that expert, and you got to do it quickly. So, and this is sort of like an open-ended kind of rhetorical question. You guys can throw some answers in Discord or YouTube if you like, right? But let's say that you had a 5-day test. You got an internal 5-day test. and you have two options. You think that you can become a domain admin, if you spent 4 of your days writing up, some O-day. You know that there's like a buffer overflow there or something, but you need 4 days to make that happen. But you can get it. The other option is you do kind of like a thorough sweep of all of the in-scope hosts. Yeah, you're not going to get that really cool story of how you got domain admin on your client, but you're going to be able to provide a report that says, hey, here's a bunch of medium kind of vulnerabilities that I found across your enterprise. In if you have to choose, like, which one is the right answer, like which one would you go with? I'll kind of hang out in case anybody's actually going to answer, but let's give me a chance to catch my breath. I'm going a little fast. But really kind of the real answer is it's a trick question. You have this conversation with your clients. You say, hey, what's more important to you? Me being able to pull domain admin, or me being able to check out, all the ones, all of your SQL servers, or all of your, user workstations, or all of your, whatever you want to call it. Me personally, I would always err towards the one on the right, because I feel like if a client says, here's 100 IPs for you to look at, and I spend all of my time on 2 or 3, that I've done almost like a disservice. Because yeah, I might get a critical and I'm domain admin and we all high five, but I have nothing to say about the other 90% of their machines, and I don't like that. In a lot of ways, I guess a client wouldn't like that either. But yeah, communication, just ask them, because maybe they care and they think differently. So on that kind of note, that's where there's like this weird science and art sort of behind pen testing, right? It's, because I'm a newer pen tester, there's my methodology of the things that I do on every external test, every assumed breach, every web app test, every whatever. That way that I may not always get something really cool, but I can sleep well at night knowing that I completed my checklist for my client and I gave them a report that has some value. So not only is my writing good and has great screenshots, but the actual methodology of what I needed to complete was completed. That's a very sciencey way of pen testing. Then on the other side is the art, right? Like I talk about Mike and how Mike was super smart. Mike's been doing this 10 plus years, where he can kind of start his methodology and then be like, oh, well, I've seen this before. So I know I can cut out these 3 steps, and I can go ahead and jump towards the domain admin, or I can follow this path, and this is probably going to work. And that's kind of like the art side of pen testing. Not that either side is really wrong, but get used to that sort of science aspect. Whether you're doing your CTF, whether you're doing a live pen test, build a methodology. Build a methodology that allows you to work quickly within your time limit and ensures that you're covering everything that you need to cover. Because I know that we've all been there, right? Like we've scanned, we're working on a CTF and we did our scan and there's something that we forgot to check. Oh, if I just would have looked at that yesterday, I would have had this flag in 30 minutes instead of 30 hours. That's a good chance to tweak a methodology. You follow that science, you follow that checklist, and you add it, to your things to do for next time. Number 6. In a sense, your reputation is everything. And I don't mean that, that you have to be a part of like the cool kids club in order to do well in InfoSec. Like they had to be doing presentations behind like John Hammond and Mubix this morning, who are all rock stars, right? Like they've all done this a long time and they put out great content. And I look up to those guys. They do a lot of really good work. I don't have to be extra cool with them and know them personally. We don't hang out and have beers, right? But the part that I'm talking about is the trustworthiness that comes from working in this industry. So a prime example, right, is I remember being at like the last in person that we did, a Way West Hack and Fest, and Red Siege had a sponsor booth. We're a company that was there. Black Hills also does penetration testing. And of course, they were put on the conference, and so they had a booth. And then right next to us is 40 North Security, and they do penetration testing, and they all had a booth. And yeah, like, we're all talking to people, and the idea is like, we make friends and eventually we get hired. In the sense, we're all kind of competition. But between those interactions with folks, we're all friends. We go out to dinner together. We have Slack conversations. Where we're sharing tips and techniques. Hey, I've not seen this before. Have you? Can we talk about it? And we work together. So the part of your reputation that matters is, let's say that I did this presentation, but instead of a bunch of sample findings, I actually posted like email addresses and passwords that I had used and cracked. Like if I actually showed internal stuff from client data, how would that make my client feel knowing that I'm leaking their information? They probably wouldn't hire Red Siege again. In the same way, Red Siege would probably fire me. I say probably, I would get fired if I took customer data and I put it out on the internet for everybody to view. We can't do that. We don't do that. So that trustworthiness is important. And one of the ways that you can sort of begin to build that trustworthiness is you interact with people. And I'll jump to my next slide because we'll come back to that point. But I call this the Triforce of InfoSec gatekeeping. In a way that you see this on Twitter all the time, where people say, what's best? Like, do I go to school? Do I get a sysadmin job first? Like, do I work on certifications? Like, what do I do? And the world argues back and forth for, hours and hours and days on which is best. The most honest answer that I could give you is none of these things are better than the other. And it's going to 100% depend on the hiring manager. It's on the HR person that creates the job posting. For if they find certification important, then they're going to put a bunch of certifications that you have to get that job. If they want to see that you have a home lab and that you have experience, they're going to put that on the application. That's what's most important to them. So really, like, if you want to guarantee get a job anywhere, you got to get all three of these. Not exactly possible, right? Like, we have limited hours in the day. It's really kind of hard to get experience without getting a job, without getting experience without getting a job. I remember that battle very clearly, right? Like, it sucked. So the way to kind of get around that, of course, our Triforce of gatekeeping has this nice big hole in the middle, and in the middle of that can be your network. If you are doing things like playing MetaCTF over the weekend and you're meeting new people and trading information and working together, you can build that network. If you're on Twitter and you're interacting with people that already work in the industry, you're building that network. And it goes back to the first part of this, is like, you build that trust. People learn to work with you. They know that you're trustworthy. They know that you work hard. They know that you strive for knowledge, and you can skip having any of these things, and you can use your network to kind of leverage your way in. And to be honest, I'm a prime example of using this. I talked about Tim earlier. Tim is the boss. Tim is the founder of Red Siege. Several years ago at DerbyCon, I went through a sort of like a mock interview workshop, where they pair somebody that works in the industry and hires people with somebody that's a potential candidate. And I had my little folder with my resume, my cover letter, and I had that, that same write-up that I showed a couple slides ago. And they paired me with Tim. And we interview and we talk, and Tim says to me at the end of the interview, "Hey man, you did really well. I kind of wish I had a room at my company for a junior person. I'd hire you." I was like, "Oh, well, I appreciate, the thought, but I still kind of need a job." So, in that moment, it was really cool to hear. But, I built that network. I made friends with Tim. I sort of kept having conversation with Tim. And then a couple years later, when his business had grown and they could afford to take on a more junior person, yes, I already had some experience, some certification, education, but I got to skip sort of like the entire application process. And he said, "Hey, we're hiring. Do you want in?" And yeah, I did. I'm not saying do not email Tim and try to make friends and blow him up, or, or anybody else in the industry, right? Like, it needs to be organic. Interact with people, attend trainings, hang out in discords, have those conversations, build that network, and it will work out for you in the end. So those are my 6 things. But speaking of building networks, one of the things that I've been kind of doing the last couple weeks is just calling it a Python project, where every week there's a new challenge. I wanted to be better at Python, so every week I'm putting out a challenge that says, "Hey, this is a tool that I could use while pen testing live. Let's work on building it together." And so you can check us out, redsiege.com/discord. And there's a Python link at the bottom. You can they're set for a week, but you can go at your own pace. Hop in, make some friends. There's a couple guys that we've sort of been coding together the last couple weeks, and man, I have new friends like that work at different places, and we're already sharing ideas and talking about things that we can work on together. Prime example. And if you're interested in learning Python, quick self plug. Hop in and join the party. And that's actually it. I said at the beginning, I go a little fast. I didn't mean to, so I got some extra time. I guess questions. Like I've got the Discord chat open and the YouTube chat. Anybody want to?
Thank you so much. A lot of really good tips for pen testing. What did you say the link was again, so we can put it in the chat? It was redsiege.com/discord?
/discord. Mm-hmm.
Okay. redsiege.com/discord. If anybody has any questions for Jason about pen testing or Red Siege, please put them in the chat, the YouTube stream chat or the Discord chat. If you can say, I'm not sure if you can say, but hypothetically, what is the most interesting or cringy vulnerability that you've seen?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, definitely finding a set or like a 5-year-old vulnerability on a domain controller is pretty bad. But one of the things that we see pretty often, and it, it's like, oh no, I have a good one. I was doing a pen test on a credit union, and I'm looking at SMB shares, just files that people had shared on the network for whatever reason. And I'm typically looking for like credentials, right? Like, oh, maybe this admin has this share and I can log into the SQL server and do whatever. Well, apparently a branch manager, out in wherever they're from, I can't say, has a share file, and I double click it. It's a Word document, and it's got the vault combination and the ATM combination to like get in the back of it, right? Like, oh, if I was an attacker, I could go get paid really quick, right? Because this is how I unlock the ATM. This is how I get into the vault that's got all the boxes or whatever. That was pretty cringy. Yeah, that's got to be number 1.
Pretty bad. I'm seeing a question about a bonus. We'll share a bonus flag in a few minutes. And then there's this other comment. They said they just entered the Discord and the products are just what they needed. And they've had a really hard time looking for proper projects. So.
Okay. Yeah. So by all means, like hop in. There's a different a channel for each project if you have questions. And yeah, and really like the ideas for our project is like true inspiration, where I'm on a penetration test and I'm like, man, I really wish I had a tool to do this. And like, well, guess what? We're now going to work on that next week. So it's actually useful stuff that you can sit in an interview and they say, well, what have you coded before? And say, well, here's 10 tools that I've coded that I'll use every day at my job. So
would you say that Python is the language you use most in pen testing?
For me personally, like I like Python. It's quick, it's lightweight. It's installed on a lot of systems that really it probably shouldn't be. So yeah, Python, it's useful, it's quick, and I like it.
Gotcha. So we have another question from Jacob. You mentioned trying to just use a Kali box to try and see what you can do against a Windows machine. Are there any other ways of practicing you'd recommend that give more non-root to boot exp?
Yeah, experience looks like maybe. Yeah. And really the key is to like, by no means when I was talking about like those CTF platforms, like, I was not trying to dog anybody, whatever, because a lot of them, they also have included some Active Directory stuff. So anything that involves an Active Directory or any kind of like network style attack, because in the real world, the way that we actually get to domain admin is, we find maybe like a box that has local admin that shouldn't, and then we were able to use that, and then we take that account, and then we find SMB shares, and maybe there's a config file, an SMB share that has credentials that are for domain admin, and from that now we've got domain admin, and we can do whatever we want. We can now use that account to log into a SQL server where we dump credit cards. That's how a real attack path looks. And not in I feel like people, or at least I did, where I would get caught up in the fact that everything that I need to succeed is on this one machine that I've been assigned. And because obviously you can't build up full infrastructure for every CTF. Like, I get there's restrictions, time, money, resources, but if you can build a lab, right? You can download some Windows images and you can set up Active Directory. You can become the domain admin of your home domain, and you can build this stuff. Put a firewall in the middle. See what that traffic looks like. What would an attacker or what would a defender see? And getting a good hold on how network style attacks work and what they look like under the hood and how to execute them will give you a huge leg up versus somebody that just sort of lives in a kind of a boot to root environment.
Makes sense. And in a kind of similar vein, we have another question for someone relatively new to this. What do you suggest I look at to get started / get learning?
I mean, really the key is like, don't skip out on your fundamentals. If you don't know your networking fundamentals, learn those. If you don't know kind of like some basic level Linux stuff, you should learn that too. If I'm not good at scripting, like, you can load Python on your machine and you can get a little bit better at scripting. Don't think that you can just jump into like a red team role, because at the end of the day, we have to learn how to make all this stuff and how it works before we can figure out how to exploit it and break it. I wish I had the link, but there's an excellent resource on Medium. I'll find it and put it in the chat that sort of talks about like 10 different things that you can kind of checklist and work down about how to get started in InfoSec. And I'll find it and link it, but it's really good.
So would you say that there's like a different role that's like a stepping stone to becoming a red teamer?
Yeah, and really it's anything, so I myself came from a networking background. The majority of our team either came from like that or like a sysadmin, or people come from even like policy stuff where they're just learning Active Directory and assigning privileges, right? They learn how that works. And really any of those things are a stepping stone into being a pen tester, red teamer, etc. And sort of like a key in there is, just because like you don't work in a security role doesn't mean that you can't do security focused things. So as a network admin, my goal is to make the network work, right? Like we got to move with the speed of business. Like, we got to stay up this remote site. It's got to have VPN. The business people have to be able to work. But I know that on the back end, I could do some security focused things like, well, maybe we should put servers on a different VLAN. Maybe these two user workstations should not be able to talk to each other, right? And that way is a way that I can build security skills without having a security position. And so find ways that you can leverage whatever you're doing to kind of get that fake experience that's still real experience, even if you don't have the role.
Okay. And I put this question up on the screen because it seemed like basically what you were already answering, entry-level jobs for InfoSec. And you mentioned, sysadmin potentially as like a stepping stone to pen testing and red teaming. Are there any others that you think would be good to consider for people who might be in school right now?
Really, I guess if there's something that I want to drive home with that is there's not a direct right up the ladder way to get to your long-term career goal. When I was first interviewing for pen test jobs, I got beat down. Like I applied, 15 different places and a couple interviews, and oh hey, we liked you, but go with somebody else. And I remember thinking like, well, I guess I'm going to apply for this network security position, right? And in a way, at the time, I felt like it was going the wrong direction. So something to keep in mind is every new job that you pick up is a way to flex kind of like those security skills that I was just talking about. And it's a way to learn something new. And really being a good pen tester is all about leveraging your past experience and knowledge, whether it's as a sysadmin or playing CTFs or learning a tool set, right? Like it's leveraging all that experience and being able to use it to whatever your goal is at the time. So there's not a direct answer of this is where you should go, but just know that anytime you're making progress or anytime that you move to something new and you learn something new, it is progress.
Alrighty. Are there any more questions for Jason? I think that's all that I see. Roman, did you have any more questions?
Which distro? I'm a Kali person. Because in the way, it just, you pull out of the box, it just works. Like maybe down the road, like I'll build all my own stuff, but for now, like I live and die in Kali. So
Roman, I still can't hear you. Is that just me or?
yeah, I can't hear him either.
Okay. Alrighty. So if people have questions, should they just contact the contact information seen on the screen, the contact@redsiege.com?
So not for me personally. This is like all of our I should have put another slide just for me, but yeah, this is oh, he's back. Yeah, that's our company logo. If you're interested in hiring us for some services, please use these. Otherwise, you can reach out to my Twitter handle at @hackandbackpack, or you can email me directly. It's just jason@redsiege.com, and I will take the time to answer pretty much anything. So, I'm an open book, so holler at me.
So while I was gone, there was another question. I don't know if it was already answered about the difference between a junior and a senior pen tester.
We could answer this. So I will say that it's the ability to execute pen tests kind of on your own. It's like the way like junior and senior is kind of, I don't like that term because we're all kind of like, we all excel at different things. So yes, I use the term junior, and I'm the newer pen tester at Red Siege, but I'm the strongest in my group at social engineering, so I get to kind of lead those kind of engagements, and I fall into and I'm still learning from others about sort of like the other stuff that we do. So I would say the number one difference is like having the ability to not be reliant on others to still be good at your job. Senior for me is if I can do an internal test or an external test and whatever our service offerings are, and I can do them confidently without having to rely on another person, as well as provide guidance to those that might have those questions. That's what makes somebody like more senior.
Sounds good. Well, thank you, Jason, for joining us. So right after this, we're going to do a quick trivia mini game. And I was actually wondering if you didn't have to run, if you'd be interested in answering some of the questions live with us. But
I mean, I feel like you're setting me up to fail. I got everything to lose, nothing to win. But I'm in. Let's do it.
Sounds good. All right. So let me.
There is a little bit of a delay, so it might not it might not spoil it for everyone else.
Yes. So fortunately, because of the delay, you can actually, after 5 or 10 seconds, you can start guessing what your answers are. And
okay.
Then, let me. Oh, bonus. I think we said that we're going to post.
Oh yes, we promised a bonus. I will put it up on the screen.
It's already right here. So.
Okay. We're using that bonus.
Yep.
Okay.
Here it is, and here's the link to the slides. Let me find it. Here's the link, and here is the link again. All right, so we can take a few minutes for everybody to join. Let's see. Yeah, so the way this works is, I don't know if you participated in any of the previous ones, but you have 15 seconds to answer a question. I think these questions are slightly easier than the ones in the previous rounds, but they're only 10 questions, so it should go by really quickly.
All right. So
let's see.
I just joined the actual chat here, so I guess I'll play along that way, right? Is that what I'm supposed to do?
Sounds good.
Okay. I should put a fake name in case I do something. I guess I do really badly. That would have been the move.
All right, I guess we can begin in like 20 seconds or so. 356. Yeah, when I rejoined, it kept my name as Marina. So, but I'm Roman. All right. Okay. So we'll start the quiz. So the first question has to deal with CIDR notation for IP addresses, and you have to figure out which of these IP addresses, which of these CIDR blocks fits that IP address. Do you have any guesses?
Oh, so I go ahead and answer now?
Sure.
Oh yeah, that's the top one.
Top one. Yep, you're right. Yes. So because of the delay, it does.
I got you. So yeah, we're behind what they're playing live. Okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
So, yep, nice. I think we had a similar question in the previous game, and people did better this time. All right, next question. Good job, Team IDIC. You should know this one. Well, you might know this one.
I'm probably gonna mess it up live. It'd be great. Oh, I don't know this one offhand. This is why we Google stuff.
I mean, I didn't know the answer.
I'm guessing, yeah. I didn't have the confidence to say it out loud, but I got it right when I answered it on the multiple choice.
Let's see, but it's pretty impressive. I mean, I didn't. Well, I guess I heard zero log on enough times to know that it's not one of the other answers.
Yeah,
but I didn't know for sure. Let's see. All right, third question. Now this one might be difficult. If you do a lot of binary exploitation or work in Linux, you might know.
This is a completely random guess for me. This is way out of my wheelhouse.
Yep.
I'm guessing anyways. Let's do it. Wrong answer for me.
Yep. Well, there were times where the correct answer was the least picked. So, but pretty impressive that people guessed it.
Yeah, I mean, 28 got it right. That's high five to y'all.
Let's see. All right, I think 7 more to go. Which of the following is not an HTTP server?
Got that one slowly, but I got it. Yeah, I mean, definitely FileZilla.
Yep. Yeah, so IIS is for Windows Server.
And Apache and Nginx are for Linux.
I guess for both. Yeah, but good job, everyone. All right. Maybe I should have given more time for this one, but we used to have similar questions, but the regular expression was really long. So here it's a matter of brackets versus parentheses.
I think it's parentheses and then brackets, but I'm not confident on this one. Yeah, I didn't get it.
So the brackets show how many characters what like the set of characters that you're essentially your alphabet that you're allowed to pick from.
Oh, that's right. Yep. And then
the squiggly brackets, they show how many characters you can pick from that group, and then parentheses are groups, so you can you can match.
Gotcha. See, look at all these people that are like way smarter than me. I'm towards the bottom. See, you guys are all set to be pen testers. You can come take my job when it's all done.
Sorry for putting you on the spot.
It's all good.
So I didn't know this one. It's also, so I'm good with a lot of, especially web exploitation and some of those topics, but I have no idea and about binary exploitation and those topics. So
yeah, I'm like thinking in my head of different stuff that I saw as a kid, like on forums for trying to mod it so I have to pay for games, and I got it, but I was slow.
the majority picked it right. It's pretty good. All right.
Nice.
Nice. There's a lot of sadness happening. So have you ever had to use something similar during any of your penetration tests? Where,
I'm not good at web stuff, but like from my networking background, like I immediately just skipped over loopback. So I'm thinking, oh yeah, you ping your loopback address, but yeah, this is external. You can't do localhost because it does your own localhost.
Yeah, well, and I think localhost is an actual term that you can ping, but loopback, it's not. I mean,
I said localhost. Yeah, I meant loopback. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, maybe there's an operating system that allows it, but yeah. But for those of you who don't know, you can actually you can skip zeros in IP addresses. I think only the middle ones, and you can also represent it as a hexadecimal. You can represent it as a decimal, and most browsers, most clients will actually understand it. And so, if you have some kind of protection against IP addresses, you can bypass that with with a number. Let's see, how many more questions do we have? No, just a few more.
Gotta step my game up on these last few. Yeah, I feel like it's got to be Windows XP.
Yeah,
it's got to be.
We could have made it more difficult, but I feel like
I needed one to feel better about myself, so I appreciate that.
Yeah. LA. Let's see, just a few more. So I guess in the meantime, so our next speaker is Thomas Davies. He is the current CISO at Terminix. Well, I guess maybe I should do the introduction after the questions. But I can, I can bring him on if.
Yeah, I think this was the www Authenticate. Yeah.
Yep.
And quick pen tester vibe. We write clients up for not using strict transport security all the time. That's one of our findings. So learn about transport security, and if you're doing web stuff, so for sure.
Makes sense. Hi, Thomas.
Hey, how's it going?
So we're currently going through some trivia questions. It's a mini competition as part of a bigger competition. But here with us also Jason. He's a pen tester at Red Siege.
How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Not good at this quiz, I'll tell you that, man. They put me on the spot. I am bombing.
So this is the last one, but it's also more in the binary exploitation side. But I feel like it's been in the news recently.
Yeah, that wasn't easy. Even as somebody that does like virtually zero binary exploitation, like I got this one.
Yep.
Should have put these first, like got my confidence up, that way I come rocking out.
Nice. All right, so let's see who won. We can inspect element and change some things up. But congratulations to Sully, Defloyd, and Nabi Duncan. So we'll send you some swag, and we'll get you an additional prize. But yeah, so thank you, Jason. Thank you to Red Siege for sponsoring our event. It was nice to see. Maybe at one of the future Wild West Hacking Fest or similar conferences, we'll meet in person. But we might have already met in person before. But
Yeah, I think we like bump knuckles at
Yep.
Wild West, I think. But yeah, no, thank you guys. MetaCTF always puts together some really cool stuff, and looking forward to what y'all have in the future.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So our next speaker is Thomas. As I mentioned, he is the current Chief Information Security Officer at Terminix, which used to be Service Master. And you just ran a marathon.
Well, for the record, my wife and kids ran the marathon, and I just walked around, took pictures, and supported them. So it was fun.
It's still a lot of effort, but so we you're based out of Tennessee, right?
Memphis. Yep.
So we've met before. I was running a competition for I forget the name of the event, but we're running a CTF there, and you had a great audience, a lot of people who are really interested in cybersecurity, and so thank you for joining us today. Do you have any slides that you want to share, or?
I have a ton of slides I can share. I wasn't prepared, but we can have a conversation, or however you want to go about it. It's fine with me. So
maybe I can give you a few minutes to just talk about kind of your your experience as a CISO and how that's different from maybe a more tech. I think a lot of people, I guess there are two kinds of, from what I understand. I don't know much about it, but I think there are kind of two types of CISOs. One who are like managers and not very technical, and some who are 100% hands-on and are very technical. And I guess maybe you can talk more about kind of that, and then after I'll join again and ask some questions, and we'll interact with the audience.
Sounds good.
And
So
thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Roman. And MetaCTF always does some cool events, and we've partnered with them several times over the years to run Capture the Flags, public ones that we've hosted or participated in what he's doing. So they're a cool organization doing cool stuff. So we always like partnering with them. So so I'm Thomas Davis. I'm CISO of Terminix. Let's see, I've been in security since 2000 full time. Kind of before 2000, security was like your part-time job. You were like a network admin and you did security, or you were a sysadmin and security was part of your job. But CISOs didn't even exist back then, so they do now. But I kind of come from the technical background, so I started. Honestly, I dropped out of college when I was 19 years old and got my first job on a help desk, making like $8.50 an hour, and just kind of worked my way from there. I got into networking in the late 90s, and then again, I got my first full-time security job working for a financial institution in January of 2000. So I spent 8 years doing cybersecurity, information security in a bank and financial institution. I spent 4 of those years doing just pure technical security work. At the time, it was like, vulnerability scanning with ISS, which was kind of the big player back then before IBM acquired them, and doing IDS before IPS came out, and just really experimenting, exploring security. And actually went to my first SANS class in 2001 in DC, I think it was about a month before September 11th. So, and then I spent 4 years doing IT audit, being an IT audit manager at this financial institution. After that, I spun out and did security for a few more years for school systems, so working for the government. Then I started my own business, and then I've been at the Terminix / Service Master umbrella. I've been there 9 years. So I think going back to what Roman said, I think early on, a lot of CISOs were just people that were close to the security department, or maybe they ran the networking team, or maybe they came from an audit world, or maybe they came from sometimes even the business, and there necessarily wasn't a technical element. It was more of a risk management approach, which is still the approach that we take. But I don't know that necessarily there was a lot of technical CISOs that I was around, but over time, I think people like myself, as we kind of grew up in the industry, I see that more and more places I go, people who have the technical background doing CISO work. And back to Roman's point earlier, I think you have to kind of be well-rounded, because I mean, it goes back to, how can you make good decisions if you don't really understand the decisions you're making? And even from a standpoint of why these events are so important, like, our job is to protect, our customers, protect our employees, protect our business. But how can we defend if we don't understand offense? And I heard in a SANS class one time that, and there's a football analogy, I apologize, but it was, you don't go study the 85 Bears to build the best defense. You go study, last year, Tampa Bay Buccaneers or Kansas City Chiefs, the best offensive teams, to build good defense. And so, in order to protect your company and do all those things, you need to understand offensive concepts. And I think that kind of goes both ways. If you're gonna do offense, you need to understand how people defend. And if you do defense, you need to understand how people hack into systems, and what are the threat vectors, and how are people going about those things. So I think it applies into leadership as well. How can you hire good talent if you don't know good talent, if you can't really tell if you're being BS'd or not? How can you make good decisions during an incident, and when all the lights are on you, and the business and employees and everyone's looking at you to dig them out of this hole. If something's going on, how can you make those decisions if you don't really understand the ramifications of them, or there isn't a technical element to kind of what's going on? And you can always rely on your good teams, because my team's always going to know more than me. They're in the weeds every day doing the work and taking the training, and then they're in the day to day. But within the day, I've got to have good conceptual knowledge of what's going on to do those things. And I think there's a couple other things, the kind of the IT audit world that I kind of grew up in as well, kind of rounded me out in that framework perspective. Like, not just, from a compliance standpoint, when you think about Sarbanes-Oxley or PCI or and those things, but also I had to meet with regulators every single month, and like the OCC and the SEC, and we had to talk about risk assessments and how to, how we perform those, and what's the output of them, and measuring the impact and the threat likelihood, and really having detailed conversations about risks and threats and vulnerabilities, and so being able to conceptualize the frameworks is also important. I think when you think about the critical security controls, or you think about the NIST cybersecurity framework, or from how am I building my program? What are the inputs and outputs? How do I structure this? How do I communicate this? I think if you talk to CISO, probably one of the biggest things always on their mind is budget. How am I going to get the money I need to do the things that we need to do to protect the company? And with the threat landscape changing every day, just going through this quiz, even, there's new tools being dropped, new vulnerabilities every day, every month. Are we equipped to defend against those? Do we know how they work? Do we have, our defenses tuned to 11 everywhere we can to make sure that, we're trying to prevent ransomware or phishing, or, or exploiting web app vulnerabilities, and but being able to go to the board and communicate, these risks, the impact of them, framing it up in a framework, and be able to have that transparent two-way conversation. Say, just be like, hey, we need money, to do this. We need millions of dollars. We need a staff. We need the best in class tools. We need to layer that in with good process. We need to train our employees. I think that's back to the capture the flags. We as a team get together and participate and capture the flags. We'll do it as team building, but it's but for us, it's really about just digging in and learning and growing every single day, because I've been doing this 20 years. I've been in InfoSec, and I get asked probably on a weekly basis, are we secure? Are you secure? And my answer is always the same: no. Like security is a journey. It's a journey of learning and growing. And now some of it's the same. I mean, we've been trying to patch machines for 20 years. That's never going to change. I mean, having good architecture and good segmentation and strong firewall rules and ACLs, like that stuff's been around for 20 years, and good anti-malware and keeping it up to date and good hygiene and disabling services and unnecessary accounts and protecting privileged accounts. That stuff, those concepts existed forever, but every day things are changing, and so security is ultimately a journey. And I think that's the coolest thing for me, is that just constantly learning, constantly investing in myself, constantly investing in the team, investing in our employees, whether we training them. We have 13,000 employees. We're in 40,000 driveways every single day. How do we help them not get phished? And we fish our own employees every month. So, to treat them good behaviors and what to look for, and don't click on this and don't click on that. But I think that's what's really cool about what MetaCTF's doing, and Roman and the team is these skills are so relevant. And not only are these typically fun and you win prizes and, but the things you learn here, you can always apply. And I've sat in CTFs and I've pulled out stuff that I did 20 years ago, and some of that still worked. So, even though machines get hardened, there's still underlying things you can do living off the land and OS kind of stuff that still exists, that applies today. But I think to answer Roman's question more than anything, I think you got to be versatile in your skill set. So, I think, being a good communicator is underrated. I think understanding frameworks and kind of like the cybersecurity framework or the critical security controls, those type of things are underrated as well, because helps you visualize and build a structure and be able to communicate that with other people. But I think it's really about, being versatile in your skills, understanding offense, understanding defense. I think the more well-rounded you are, the more impact you're going to have. And it's always building blocks. When people come to me and say, hey, I want to get into security, or I want to get into technology, where should I start? And I always point them at the basics, like learn how a computer works, take your A+, go through that training, learn how to code, pick a language, write some code, learn some scripting. The future is software. It's going to be the cloud and all these things, and it requires to learn JSON and Python and learn those things, because they'll always be able to take those concepts with you for the rest of your career, rest of your life. But learn networking. I mean, everything's interconnected. So learn the stack, learn how things work, learn how to exploit it, learn how to defend against it. And then layer in those security concepts. So for me, it's really about building blocks, and I think that applies to every level. And when I was growing up and I did everything from help desk to cabling to setting up routers and switches. I even worked on fax machines sometimes. Like I still don't even know what I was doing. I'd have some guy reading out of a manual to me over it while I was on a phone trying to work on a fax machine at a customer site. But doing these integrations and, I don't know, just pushing yourself outside your comfort zone is extremely beneficial. I think that's really what it's all about, is just being versatile.
Sounds good. Thank you for sharing your insight on that. What does your daily kind of schedule look like as a CISO? Like, yeah.
Well, it's more meetings than you would necessarily want or even like. And then it's a lot of meetings for whatever reason. I don't know. It seems like, especially with it being remote, it's like there's no water cooler talk anymore. There's no running by somebody's desk and saying, hey, can you do this or do that? Everything's a meeting. Everything's something on a calendar. And me and my team joke all the time, but I'll be like, I'm stuck in the PowerPoint shell again today. And so it's lots of PowerPoints, particularly around teaching. We kind of take the approach of explaining the concepts. Like, so if we're exploring zero trust, let's start at the basics and let's talk people through that. Let's talk, our executives through it. Our board knows what zero trust is. Our executives know what it is. Our developers, our architects. But just and talking about those concepts and putting those in PowerPoints. One thing to talk about it, but if you can show people and put it in pretty colors, and it definitely helps. But it's a lot of I would say more than anything, it's a lot of different subjects every day. So I might have 10 meetings in a day, and every one of them's on a different topic. So I might jump from audit findings from an external auditor to now we're talking about cybersecurity insurance and dealing with insurance companies. Next thing hey, there's an incident. Now we're working an incident in the middle of the day, and we gotta navigate this, or there's an HR investigation, and we gotta go pull emails for the last 3 years. And then, there's an executive meeting today, and so it's again back to being versatile. It's just being able to shift gears and move in different directions throughout the day. So, but typically my calendar's booked like 3 weeks out. Like, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, we're really happy that we managed to get you here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I was honored when you asked. I was like, yes, absolutely, I'm in. It's always fun to hang out with you.
Yeah, I was going to say something. Well, you probably hear a lot of buzzwords about kind of these different technologies, like blockchain or all these, zero trust. At this point, I think it used to be a buzzword, but now people are starting to realize, its value. It's not really. It's more of like a security control. But to get a lot of kind of requests, I don't know, to implement or to look into those, and do you? I don't know.
I'll just say in general, like, everything's buzzword heavy these days, so definitely stay up on your terms. And one of the things I've found is Gartner, for example, I attended their conference virtually a few weeks ago, and they come up with their own buzzwords like SASE or, obviously zero trust. Zero trust. You can go on YouTube and watch 10 different videos, and people will talk about zero trust in 10 different ways. So
Yep.
I think that's really about, again, I know a lot of people want to hear this, but that's why it's important to have a good subject matter knowledge and understand the technologies and understand the frameworks, because it's about how you apply it to your organization, because or whatever wherever you work, or if it's DoD or whatever. But just don't listen to the vendors blindly. Like, bring them in and you partner through things and have those discussions. And so if you have a strategy and you know what you're trying to accomplish, then you can, even though it's a buzzword, you can dig beneath those layers and say, oh, this is what it actually does, and this is the components I want to work for me, and leverage those in your program. So yeah, like CASB is another one. Just cloud access security broker, like it means something to each vendor, like almost like their tools are unique in their own ways, and it's like, okay, well, how can we leverage that in a way that's important for us?
So I think one topic that we actually haven't mentioned on the live stream today is incident response, because we covered a lot of penetration testing, careers, and topics like that. But I feel like incident response and and risk assessment and those things are pretty big parts of security. Is that kind of how do you approach it? And like, do you think it's how important is incident response at your company, and planning for potential attacks?
It's one of the most critical, because it's not a matter of if you're going to get attacked, it's when. And then so how well have you defended that? What are your preventative controls? But you can't always stop everything. Again, the people on here today are learning new ways to bypass the things that we've put in place. So how are you going to respond? And yeah, I mean, you're always going to be under attack, and you've always got to have a plan to respond. And I think one of the favorite class I ever took was SANS GCIH, the
Mhm.
GX Certified Incident Handler, and I think like the subtitles like hacker exploits and incident response, but it basically you learn how to hack in the class, and then you learn how to defend those hacks in the class, and it's a 6-day class, and on the 6th day you have a capture the flag. And I don't have the team I was on, we actually won the capture the flag, so we got a coin for it, but it's you wouldn't believe how intermingled those things are, and again, back to good offense and good defense, but no, it's critical because again, things are going to happen, and in that class I learned the concept of pickerel, and it's planning, identification, containment, eradication, lessons learned, and if you really follow those steps and you know what they mean, planning, obviously having a good plan, and then if an incident does occur, gathering information and being in a good place knowledge-wise before you start containing and deleting stuff and turning things off, because sometimes you could make an incident worse. Things will start snowballing, or you could cause additional problems, or there was ransomware a few years ago where if you turned off the internet, it would start to propagate because it was looking for a kill switch on the internet. So again, so yeah, to me, and as much of a pain in the butt incidents are, they're also really exciting. They get you pumped up. There's been times where you might not sleep for a few weeks, but you always learn a lot. You always, it's a challenge, and when you get through it, if you get through it, or when you get through it, it's you always get to the other side and feel good about what you've done. So it's definitely an exciting component of cybersecurity that probably people undersell, because again, they're always going to be under attack.
That makes sense. So I guess at a company, like yours, there are, probably like thousands of endpoints and computers that you have to protect. Probably, tens or hundreds of thousands, maybe even. How do you, what are some methodologies or processes that, tools that you use to kind of manage that and have a good picture, have a good idea of what's happening in your network at such large scale?
I mean, I had this conversation the other day with people, but you can't defend things that you can't see, and so that means that we need to see the traffic. We need to be able to scan those devices for vulnerabilities. We need to be able to see the source code before we deploy it, so we can make sure that we're writing good code. We need to be able to, see what services are running on boxes, and if people are escalating privileges, and then what are privileged accounts doing on our environment. So again, I think it starts with understanding the landscape. So if you look at things like the MITRE ATT&CK framework, or you look at the kill chain, for example, right? And you walk attacks through how they work, it becomes real evident to you, what you need to do. But a lot of, you'll hear this a lot, just basic sysadmin common sense stuff, patch your boxes, patch everything all the time, keep everything up to date. But, run strong antivirus or anti-malware protection, and then that's at every layer. Run it on the endpoint, so run on your laptops and your servers. But also there's things you can do at a next gen firewall level. You can leverage anti-malware protection on the wire. You can look at traffic and rip that out of the packets, and prevent that. But looking at it in email, and if you look at the number one delivery method of ransomware is via email. It typically always starts that way, and like 90% of the breaches that have ever existed in the world started with an email. So protect your email, and then that means cracking open your email, looking for malicious software and links and users, and also Again, it's just kind of across the board. If you're running containers or you're standing up cloud virtual servers, make sure you have a hardened image of some sort. Make sure you have tools to be able to analyze that. And again, it really is about doing the basics. But then, to your point a minute ago, we produce 12 billion logs per month, and so we pump those into a SIM, and I think the other key is when you're starting to do things at scale, you have to realize that the attackers are leveraging automation to attack you, so you've got to defend with automation. So being able to correlate events and be able to we have a SOAR tool, for example, so being able to write playbooks that are repetitive, or we see certain conditions in our SIM, we can trigger a response to that, and so I think for me, it's kind of understanding the types of attacks that you're going to see, and then layering in those controls, those technologies, those processes, and sometimes there's a lot of manual work, but you ultimately want to try to automate those things so you can speed up your mean time to response.
That makes sense.
But there's a lot of good tools out there. I don't want to.
Are there any you're particularly excited about, or like open source tools that you saw recently and you just want to try out? Or, I don't know.
I mean, the things that for me, some of the things I think are really cool are some of the new cloud stuff. So like container protections. You've got things that sometimes they run in sidecars with other containers to be able to prevent network attacks against them, or sometimes you can compile them as part of an application and deploy that. Now you've got an app defender running with an app. There's even things you can do with lambdas or serverless code where you can actually protect the code. And because for me, I think about what Mark Andreessen said. I think it was like in 2001. He said like software was going to eat the world. So if you think about where we are today, it's like, when I was coming up, people were still like soldering stuff on motherboards, and now you just throw a motherboard in the trash and get a new one, or now you're to the point where people don't even know what motherboards are because everything's in the cloud and everything's virtualized, and you're running containers on virtual systems that you'll never see the hardware. So again, our phones, we can't really work on our phones. We're not going to go in there ourselves and replace parts. But we can write code for them and write applications, and we can jailbreak them and do cool stuff. But I think software is eating the world. And that's where this whole cloud thing is really taking storm. And so for me, I start to get really excited about application security technologies and cloud security technologies, and so we're always exploring those and digging in, and it's a lot of fun.
That makes sense. Are there any kind of big compliance, standard industry certifications that you have to deal with?
Yeah, we have a lot of. We're a publicly traded company, so we deal with Sarbanes-Oxley, and we leverage credit cards. So we're a PCI organization. But I think the coolest thing, and I'm a privacy advocate, so the coolest thing that's coming down is the privacy stuff. So if you think about, there's 3 states in the U.S. now that have privacy laws. I think it's California, Colorado, and Virginia, and there's 24 states that have it on the docket. So they're trying to pass security laws right now, and eventually it'll make it to all 50 states. And you already have privacy laws in Europe with GDPR, Canada, even China. China has privacy laws that have come out recently. So that's really exciting for me because I want to know how my data is being used. I want to know if it's being protected, and that applies to us because we have customers all over the world, and we want to make sure we're protecting their information and treating it the way I would want my data to be treated. So that's really exciting to me, and we'll never have a federal kind of national privacy law. I think that's not going to happen from what I'm hearing from legal firms and whatnot. But you know, there's nuances to each state's laws, and eventually we'll probably get to a very common law across the board, but for each state. But that's super exciting to me. It's a new world that we get to explore and look into, and I think that really also drives innovation around data, you know, data governance, and how, you know, not just are we protecting systems, and are we doing this, preventing DDoS attacks, and are we preventing applications from being hacked. We also want to make sure, you know, that we know where all of our data is, and what it's doing, and how it's being used, and inventorying and classifying it, and do that at scale with automation is pretty exciting to me as well.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. We had a comment in the chat. That's funny. So we can
DuckDuckGo, you know.
Yeah.
Use DuckDuckGo.
So does anyone have any questions for Thomas? I know we have a bunch of people listening on the live stream. Some people might post something in the channel. Let's see.
William Frog, what's up?
Oh.
Yeah, asked why are you in DuckDuckGo, so that you're being marketed to less, and Google knows less about you. Or what was it that Cambridge Analytica had, like, I forgot what it was, but it was like, you know, 20,000, or it might have been like 11,000, but like, you know, 20,000 data points on every American citizen. I was like, I don't know 20,000 data points about myself, so they know more about me than I do. So yeah, use DuckDuckGo.
And I think they've been doing so much advertising recently that people started to know who they are, and so it's become more common to use it, and you don't get any side looks when you go to it anymore.
That's true.
That's good. If you're interested, you know, we did the same thing with our previous speaker, but we have one more mini game left for the day, and if you'd like, you know, would love for you to kind of be a part and commentate.
Let's do it.
That's good. So I should probably post a few. So there was a question. Do you know anything about the Brave browser? Do you have any thoughts on it?
It sounds pretty cool. I've leveraged it here and there. I don't know that. I haven't done the research, honestly, to know, you know, how it compares or what the difference is. But it sounds awesome, and it's cool that, you know, people are exploring these things and really caring about privacy. I think it's cool.
Okay. So people are asking about bonus flags. Let me do that. Yeah.
So who's winning this thing? Where's the leaderboard?
So let me actually share my screen. Let's see. Yeah. So some teams don't say what their affiliation is. Yeah, we really don't know. It looks like Texas A&M is doing pretty well. University of Illinois, Dakota State. I know Dakota State and University of Illinois participate in a lot of our previous events. Liberty, Delaware. I think this year we have participants from over 100 and maybe 10 countries.
Wow.
I think over like 350 universities. I don't know. Last time I checked, it was like 300 something. I don't know if it rose up to 350. So let's just say about 300.
That's awesome.
But we've got a lot of teams competing. So it's going pretty well. We had a few hiccups in the beginning. I think we still have a few. But you know, with a few specific challenges, but we're doing well. Okay, so I'm going to transition to the. Nope. Stop. Stop. Okay. Well, let's hope no one saw anything.
Screenshot, quick.
Yep. Okay, so here's the link. Here's the link again. So you have 17 players.
First of all, congrats to everybody that's joined this and playing, doing the CTF. It's a great job, everybody. I know it's a lot of fun and it's hard work, but it's always feels good at the end.
Yeah, this is our. Well, I was going to say this is our 7th annual CTF, and we're noticing that every year we have to make harder and harder challenges to make sure that at the end there's still some unsolved. And it's possible that a team will solve all of our challenges by the end. We're hoping not, but we'll see.
What kind of challenges are you doing? Are you doing the full gamut, like the kind of stuff we did, like network attacks and application attacks and some of the mind game stuff? And
yeah, but we have a few different categories. So binary exploitation covers most of like assembly, reverse engineering. A lot of the categories are kind of interchangeable, but we do have way more binary exploitation challenges than we had in the past. Some people really like them. Some people don't really like them, but we'll send out a feedback form at some point and ask for feedback. Cryptography, everything from basic base 64 to other, more other encryptions. Their encryption algorithms are more difficult. Forensics, reconnaissance. We do have a recurring theme. There's this guy, Mr. Kaysen, who's been hiding since our last annual event, and participants were able to find his location last year, but right now they're trying to find it again.
I love the reconnaissance stuff and some of the OSINT stuff. That stuff's a lot of fun.
I think those are the most, those, and for me personally, OSINT and web exploitation are probably my favorite categories. But
I'll never forget the Alabama or what was it, Huntsville, Alabama picture that we had to find, and it was like, I'm not going to give it away, but I spent way too much time on that.
That's awesome. All right, so we can let's go back to the stream. Well, we're in the stream. Let's go back to the game. So I think we have enough people. Let's start. Let's start it. And I'll hide our photos. Okay, so there's a slight delay. So you can start talking about, what you think the answers are pretty soon. But let me make it full screen. Yeah.
Find them. Make sure you find them, Frog.
Say it again.
I was talking to William Frog in the chat. He said he was up till 2 trying to find that challenge.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I would agree with DLP.
All right, let's see next one. So it's I'm not sure if it's this question, but no, not yet. Yeah, this one was more difficult. I think I mentioned it 5 times during this live stream already, but I'm not the best with binary exploitation in Windows. I used to do at university while I was a student, an undergrad. I used to participate in CCDC, and I did a lot of Linux work. But Windows and similar tool, I'm not the best at. Let's see. It looks a lot of the participants who won our previous games seem to be doing well again. Let's see.
Smart people, send me your resumes.
Yep. Yes. So this is the Zero Trust one that you brought up. So we actually have a question about it.
Mr. Kaysen.
But
built buying every vendor solution possible.
Let's see what we say. Yeah, nice. Well, maybe for those who do you mind giving a brief overview of what Zero Trust is? Kind of just
I think
one version of it.
So Zero Trust to me, is a strategy that you take, and there's different elements for it. But really, it's about going from a network-based strategy where you're giving access to networked zones, leveraging firewalls or ACLs, and that are your perimeter. Well, like when you have data centers, and zero trust is like, hey, we're moving to the cloud, and the perimeter is changing, and the perimeter is really becoming your identity, like who you are and what you have access to. And then it's basically allowing granular access, not broad network access to a bunch of servers you don't need, but allowing access to the particular resources you need to do your job. So whatever those workloads are, whatever those resources are, your identity essentially grants you access to those things.
Yep. Thank you. All right, next question. Let's see how many more we have left. So Sully's still doing pretty well. I think we should look at the answer choices first. Yeah, so I think NetFlow and PCAPs, they're more deal with network traffic.
Mm-hmm.
I guess depending on the AV, you might find interesting information, but
yeah, I would say, yeah,
the Windows event logs
for sure. I mean, there'd be some EDR kind of stuff you could do with some more modern stuff, but yeah, agreed.
There was a question in the chat. From a CISO perspective, if you look back over the last 5-10 years, are there any industry trends you wish you had adopted earlier? Oh, roasted.
I think that's a good question. I mean, we were kind of on top of that stuff. I would say really I would just say cloud hygiene. I think I don't know if it's a trend. It's probably not super popular, but when everybody's going to the cloud and everybody's doing a transformation, doing that in a more defined way, where a lot of times you're already in the cloud whether you know it or not. Typically, it's going to be your marketing team and your developers and all these people that maybe shadow IT kind of stuff going on, but just doing that in a more rigid, controlled fashion for me, I think, because we just said, oh, let's everybody go to the cloud and let's do all the clouds and everything we can, and then we're like, whoa, let's try to reel that in a little bit and have better policies and standards and controls and all that around it. So for me, I don't know, I would say that.
That makes sense. I guess we can go to the next question.
Wow.
Do you have anybody on your team that has to do a lot of research and make sure that none of these CVEs affect any of your
every day, every single day, I swear, and they come, they're constantly coming out, so just trying to stay on top of it.
Oh, pretty nice.
Yeah, I would have said 18,000 or 35,000. It seemed like a busy year for vulnerabilities. Everybody was at home, right?
Yep, that makes sense. So I think some people might confuse it with MySQL, and MS SQL is different.
I'm going 1433.
I think that's right. Nice. Yeah, a lot of people said 3306, and that's MySQL. Let's see. Just a few more. So I guess this question is kind of similar to almost like a broadcast address, IPv6.
Dead beef. I need to learn more about IPv6 for also. I can't look at an IPv6 address and like make anything out of it like I can like a normal IPv4.
I know I need to use IPv6 for for some of the websites and applications that I develop, but I still feel like I just prefer IPv4 addresses, and so I often just disable IPv6 or
Me and my son use it for our Xboxes. So
and I know I should, because pretty soon, I really should start using IPv6. But it still feels like, definitely not something I know too well. Let's see. So I know the answer to this one, but whenever I'm actually doing something in terminal, I always forget about it, and I
just like use the cursor key, like go back.
Yeah. I use history and then pipe it into grep. And I learned this a few years ago, but if you use if you look at your history, you can look at the line number, and you can use an exclamation point and put the number of the entry in history, and that will execute the history command. But yeah, nice job, everyone. Let's see.
Robin's on top of the leaderboard. Sully's still up there.
So if people were here for Red Siege, so Tim Menon, he's the CEO of Red Siege, and he's the one who developed this attack.
I mean, Kerber roasting is an AD thing, but is that what does the attack? It's what is exploited in the attack.
Yep. Let's see. And it looks like Rob and Sully. Oh, this one was really close. IDEC and Sully. Let's see. Just 2 points.
How many questions left?
Just one.
One last question for the win.
So just in case there is not enough of a delay, let's let participants decide what's the right answer.
Googling foremost. I don't even know.
Nice. Okay.
Ah.
So I guess now I just have to see who answered it first, because I think they can get anywhere from 25 to 100 points if they answer it correctly, and depending on how fast they answer it, they get more points. Oh.
Ooh.
Sully jumped to third.
Robin's crying.
Well, it's okay. So Sully, IDEC, you both still get prizes, but nice job, Robin. And I mentioned earlier, but we'll probably go and take a look at the most active participants across all games. We might do another raffle just for fun.
Let's see the top 10. Scroll down. Let's give everybody some credit. Yeah.
Alt, Austin, Bourbon, Tim. I guess it's still pronounced Jake. Florian, A.
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus. A bunch.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Thomas. It was really a pleasure having you here. I should. I'm really not. I don't do much streaming or anything like that. So
at least you have a mic. I don't even have a mic. I feel like I'm left out. So I don't even have a headset on or anything.
I have to worry about lighting and my sound and all those things. But, all right. So people are asking about a bonus flag. Let me republish that. And so I think that's actually it for the stream today. So we don't have any more talks. That was our last game. So let me enter the bonus.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It was an honor. I appreciate it, and hope somebody got something out of my babbling on about security stuff. You can always hit me up on LinkedIn if somebody has any questions. I have 15 followers on Twitter, so I'm pretty strong there.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll post the links to Twitter and LinkedIn in our Discord server. But thank you once again for joining us. Hope you have a good evening.
You too. Enjoy it. Y'all keep hacking, capture the flags, and have fun.
Yep.
Keep it up, Roman. Keep doing a good job, man. MetaCTF's awesome. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Have a good day. Good evening.
Bye. All right, everyone. So that was, I think that's it for today. I feel like I should show the schedule for tomorrow. Okay, here's my screen. Yeah, so we won't have any more talks tomorrow. We will have a small closing ceremony a few minutes after the CyberGames closes. We will need some time to, make sure we know who the winners are. I will say, we haven't made an announcement yet, but there are some teams that we suspect have not followed the 4-person per team rule. And so I think we'll probably, at least for this competition, we might have to make them ineligible for prizes, just because we publish the rules and we have to enforce the rules. Next year we might change them. Next year we might make it so teams of any size can compete together. But we'll send out an announcement at some point. In terms of walkthroughs, we might do a few walkthroughs at the end. But I know that, as soon as the competition is over, all of you are absolutely welcome to publish solutions on the internet, publish your write-ups. We will have a walkthrough competition, not walkthrough. We will have a write-up competition. And I have on my to-do list to write up some more information and publish it so people know what to expect. But if there are some challenges that haven't been solved, I think we'll probably leave them open for somebody to solve at some point. But for all the other challenges that have been solved, and for which ones there are no other write-ups published, we'll probably publish our solutions. Yep. So as a reminder, the CTF ends tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Right now, the scoreboard is set to be hidden at 12 p.m. We always hear mixed feedback about it. So some people say that we should never hide the scoreboard. The other people say that we should, because it makes it more fun. And it's really hard to know what the general consensus is, because those who disagree usually have the strongest voice. So we'll probably send out a poll and see what people think. And we might or might not hide the scoreboard. We still haven't decided. But I guess just in the live stream, what do you guys think? Should we hide the scoreboard like we usually do? Essentially, that means that for the last few hours of the competition, we don't know who the winners are. So and then at the end, we announce everybody. And also, if you have any other questions, let me know. I think I'll probably end the stream in a few minutes. Yep. Oh, we have this thing set. I should probably turn it on, but follow us on Twitter. So a lot of people fortunately think that, okay, no, hiding helps reduce last-minute stress. Okay. Well, I thought this would make it easier, but everybody seems to have conflicting opinions, so it's not helpful. So as soon as we publish the poll in Discord, make sure to express your voice and share your opinion. Sounds good. And we mentioned it yesterday at the end of our live stream, but if you we're always looking for more people to join our team, whether you're a technical web developer, whether you are a student, whether you're a professional. We run over 35 competitions a year. I suspect the next year we'll run more, because it's always growing. So we need a lot of help running these events, and we are always looking for more people. So if you're interested, you can send a message to this email address. I'll be busy for quite some time after CyberGames, because we still have to pack all the swag, we still have to ship everything and send all the prize money. But I'll follow up and we can talk more. All right. So the schedule. Oh, so the schedule for our competitions. Most of them are private. So most of them we run for private companies. They're either company-wide events. They're for small penetration testing teams. Usually, if it's public, we advertise on our Twitter. We advertise in our Discord. But CyberGames is the only one that's truly public. We did run a few ones, at some conferences where participation is available to a large audience, but we don't advertise those too much because since we run so many competitions, we can't keep creating new content. So we do review some. So that's why we don't advertise them too much to make sure that the audience doesn't repeat. Let's see. Is there a place to see what? So okay, MetaCTF as a company has only one full-time employee, and that's me. We have a team of 15 contractors and and a few part-time employees who help us manage it all. But in terms of open positions, anything's open. Yep. Can we contribute without experience in developing challenges? I think so. I mean, you might need some experience. I mean, you can get that experience with us developing those challenges, but we do have some other opportunities. There, for example, our website needs a lot of redevelopment work. I'm not a good public speaker. I can do a lot of technical work, but we need people to help us do marketing and things like that. So any internships. So I don't have all that information right now, but just send me an email, and a week or two after CyberGames, when I finally go through all of my emails, I'll make sure to get back to you. Just make sure to follow up and let me know who you are, because on Discord and on YouTube, I don't know, I can see your names, I can see your handles, but I won't be able to go back and message you and follow up. So just send me an email. Let's see. So most of the people in our current problem development team are students. Yeah, so definitely. We have some people who are, the feature that you've seen to schedule meetings with mentors, that was written by a high school student. So we have a lot of opportunities. Let's see. Cool. So I hope you'll have a great evening. We'll follow up with some updates in the Discord server. And if you have any questions, email. Well, no, don't email us during the unless it's non-competition specific. Email us. If it's competition specific, send it to MetaMail, because I won't respond to emails now. But hope you all have a good evening, and I'll see you tomorrow. I should have some fancy slide, because I know that when I press stop, it cuts off 10 seconds of the presentation, and it's really awkward. So let me see what I can do. Bye, everyone. Okay, well, there's another question. So which teams will be removed? We still have to decide that, and I'm not sure what exactly we'll do. We might not remove them or ban them, but we will probably reduce their prices or make them ineligible for prizes. We'll see.